Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. Welcome, ends. Time for another day of Undermine action. We're getting places. We're getting places now. Slowly but surely, we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Some of the renowned stuff is getting sorted. My gearing situation is getting less gross every day. I am one piece short. I'm really hoping for a cool vault tomorrow. I'm hoping, right, this is going to be streamer luck, right? Streamer luck tomorrow will be that I get the set hero track helm from my from the vault, or at least a helm in some way, shape or form. A helm from the vault tomorrow would be wonderful. It's the last piece of season 1 gear I need to replace. I've got 4 out of 8 champion gear on the rest of all of my stuff, which is about as much as I can realistically expect from some quick early season delve gearing. But it does mean we can kill rares nice and easily. Today is just sort of finishing off tying up loose ends before reset. They've apparently made market research. Yay! Market research has been made transferable, which means we can now transfer all of it to one toon, so I don't have to mess around on each and every character. Any more for any more? I wish there was a transfer all button. That would make life much easier. 1. Right, that's it. 1,295. 1,295. I was investigating as well. There's these new rocket things. I was wondering how far we can get on these rockets. I was wondering if we can get onto the top of the hotel. And I think we probably can get on top of the hotel. But I've got a 3-minute cooldown every time I want to use one to get somewhere new. Somewhere cool. These are unlocked at friendly, I think, with the Dark Fuse faction. But at least for the purpose of thumbnails or looking around the zone, it's a cool, cheeky way to get up high. Such a cool looking zone. Real cool looking zone. Yeah, I'd like to get on top of the hotel. Either the hotel in the middle or the actual casino, I think would be quite cool. If we can get high enough with our gliders. I wonder if we can actually get up into the clouds, and I wonder if there's some Easter eggs up here somewhere. I'm convinced there's Easter eggs up here somewhere. The fact that you're not really meant to be able to get up here leads me to believe that Blizzard has planted an egg somewhere. Surely. I'll try that in a minute. I have some coffee cooking. I want to, do I need to do, this is one thing I need to check actually. Do I need to do any more delves this week? Oh, I need to do one more 11. I should do one more 11. It doesn't need to be bountiful. I've got my 3 pieces of 649 in the vault for tomorrow. I need to do one more 11 today on this dude. We should keep up with as many of these gilded crests as possible, because we don't really do Mythic Plus or the raid particularly. So it's the easiest way to get a few little cheeky upgrades. The only thing I really want to upgrade high is my weapon. Like once we got the weapon done, it's like GG. 11s are much easier now. I actually tried doing a 8 on my 615 item level paladin yesterday and was able to complete the 8. Not super comfortably, but without too much stress. So delves are, yeah, definitely that little bit easier now. Like, what does 650 item level... I don't even know what the raid drops these days. What's normal gear? 642. Well, hang on, let's pick like... 4 out of 8 champion gear is like normal mode gear. Okay. So you can run You can run delves and get normal raid geared pretty easily. Heroic is then 658, 4 of 6 hero. So that's kind of, that's the stretch goal from doing a few weeks of delves. You'll get heroic geared. It's about the same as season 1. The reason I don't particularly chase gear though, for the most part, is on the premise that it resets every season, right? So many players spend all their time gearing, and then next season it just completely resets and you're back to square one, which is fine. Oh, I clearly haven't had my coffee yet. It's still cooking. It's fine, but I like to do things in the game that have a little bit more longer life to them, which is why I've tended to like goal making and collecting and stuff. What is the highest point near this that's not actually this? It's probably over here, isn't it? If we can get onto the side of the hotel. Okay, we're not going to be able to get to the top, but can we get to like a level like here? We can get here, and then we can get on top of the hotel in 3 minutes' time. Slow and steady. Slow and steady. I just want to see if it's possible. It's just going to look good for a screenshot. We'll get to killing some rares in a minute. I'm playing Indiana Jones. We're doing some discovery. Let me go grab my coffee real quick. Hang on. Right, so we've got 2 minutes until we can try and get on top of the roof of this. Have I done as much as I can do for the week? We'll go turn in all of that Dark Fuse rep in a minute. How many did I say we had? Let's call it 1,200 for the sake of maths. That's 6,000 reputation. Is that going to get us to... Ah, you were kidding. Okay, we need like another 100 market research and we get revered. Is that right? Yeah. We need 7,000 to get revered and we got market research enough for like 6,500. So another 105 market research. We get revered with the Dark Fuse. Then we got the grind to Exalted, which is another 21,000. Which is, what's that in like actual market research numbers? 21,000. So 42 turn-ins. 4,200 additional market research to get from Revered to Exalted. Holy, that's probably more than we've obtained full stop so far. Okay. Sure. It'd be nice to get Dark Fuse to Exalted before everybody stops playing in the zone, because once people stop playing in the zone, it's going to really slow down the ability to do it. Mostly because scrap groups are a relatively quick and easy way that also allows you to make a bit of gold at the same time. There's some 2x4 rep farms which also work technically. Yes, it can be transferred. These are now transferable. I've already done it. It was hotfixed yesterday. What does one do when to make some money? My prep for the patch and the crafting the last 2 weeks pushed me from 20 million to 50, so I think I'll retire my Ingenuity army in a week. But after that, thinking about sinking gold cap into delve mats next week, as I see those going up as fewer people are doing them. Otherwise, wait till 11.17, 11.2. In all honesty, whatever you did to go from 20 mil to 50 mil, do it again. Like, you don't need my answers. You probably have more liquid gold than I do these days. Whatever you did to go from 20 to 50 so quickly, do it again. Just do it again. Right, Can we see if we can get on the... Oh, nearly on the top. Well, that's about as on the top as we're going to get, isn't it? There's not really any... It's very straight edge platform, not really anywhere safe to stand. But that's about as far as we're going to get, I reckon. Don't fall. There we go. Officially the highest in Undermine so far, do we think? Look at all the ants. Look at all the ants zooming around. The one thing about this zone that is a bit of a mind trip, and it kind of works the same way as shopping centres do exactly the same. Shopping centres like to carefully control the amount of light you're exposed to, because if you're not exposed, if you can see the natural like day-night cycle, you keep track of time better. When you are not able to see the day-night cycle, you lose track of time much faster. Sold off 5k radiance, 2k depths, but it took a shitload of time. Hey, gold making does. Gold making genuinely does. It was ingenuity crafting and stocking it for about a month. I mean, you already have your answer. If you have a golden goose, don't shoot it. You know, milk it for everything it's got, because there'll be a day where it doesn't make you 30 mil. If you're not, you know, gold is one of those things that you set your own targets with it. And if that quote unquote shit ton of time is too much time for you to want to do it again, then don't do it again. But you're already far surpassing what most people do. So yeah, there's not much more advice I can give you, to be honest. Is it possible to get on these like clouds hanging from the ceiling? Maybe. I don't know. We'll do what I've just realised that's meant to be the sun, isn't it? We'll do one more. We'll do one more in 30 seconds to see if we can get right on the top here, and then we'll actually play the game properly. This is me just messing about, being silly. Getting on the top of the casino would be fun though. This is what my brain does before it's had coffee in the morning. It doesn't function properly, so I just keep myself distracted. I'm missing all these rares as well. All this potential gold we're missing. We're only at 34 out of 113 miscellaneous mechanicas. That number will decrease by 25 if we can sell that mount. If we can sell the mount in less of a time than it takes us to get 25 more, though, it means we're selling them too cheap. It means we need to put the price up. But I haven't sold it yet, so we don't know. Let's make sure I got the stream manager open. Okay, right. Pew! Let me right on the very... Oh, that felt like we hit a sky. That felt like we hit a ceiling. Ah, no, it won't let me land on this thing. Ah, phooey. That felt like we hit an actual artificial ceiling then. It wouldn't let us go up any further. That makes me wonder, you might not actually be able to get on top of the casino. Because we definitely hit a ceiling then. It wouldn't let us go up any higher. Oh well. That was a fun little experiment. Oh god, please land on that. Whew. Oh, now I've got to wait for my disengage again. Okay. That was a poor decision. Told you, decisions are not my forte at this time of the day. Boing. Ha! Fail. We'll blame that on server lag, shall we? It's alright, nobody saw that. Right, kill some res, turn in some rep. I'm being resed. Thanks. Who says there's no community in this game? Right, let's join a scrap group, I guess, then. Kill some rares at the same time. Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? These scrap groups are... Ooh. A random world quest at the end of the week, sure. These, these groups are going to be fewer and fewer as the days go on, I reckon.
Not much of a sportsman myself, but I have some boom ball tickets.
So,
Take 'em if you want.
taking advantage of them while they are a thing is probably smart. Hole in one. Yeah, beautiful. Wait, what? That didn't count? Oh, I'm in a raid, aren't I? I was like, why is that not counting? I'm in a raid. See? Pre-coffee brain. Not good. This is me in my natural form. Oh, we've just lost a candy kill as well. Pretty sure you can solo them already. You can just about, maybe, possibly, but it's a lot more... It's a lot more brain juice to solo them. Or to be fair, you can get this uncovered strongbox actually quite simply, to be fair. You don't need to get it to 500. In fact, if you're soloing them, you're probably best off not pushing it to 500 because you don't want to have to deal with Mr. Garbage every time he pops up. So, yeah, actually, saying that, it probably doesn't make a blind bit of difference, does it? As long as you can get 250 yourself, you should actually be good. That's a very good point. This way, though, I can just sort of whack away. Whack away, get some empty cans, get some vintage cans. You get 250 just by hiring the bot. Does he... I suppose because he ignores... Yeah, he ignores all... That's true. Yeah, he ignores all of the distractions as well, doesn't he? You're not going to get any empty cola cans. Yeah, I suppose you can kind of semi-grind it yourself then, I guess. I hadn't even really considered that. It's 100 gold a time, though. That's expensive. We ain't got that kind of gold. We ain't got that kind of gold. Do you think we made of money?
Better shovel harder. 1 minute and we are out of here.
How many vintage ones have I got? Oh, these are transferable as well now. Stock up on some pets. It's another reason to do this. The what's his name? Cruncher and the lab rat. Still worth a bunch, those pets. Still worth a bunch. Part of me is very tempted to load up Project Pet again. When I say load up Project Pet, I kind of still have it on my second account, but I've not touched it for years. I wonder how much all of my pets are now actually worth. It'd be an interesting little experiment. I've probably got 50 million of pets just lying about. Where's our next spot? Oh, dumpster. Yoink. Where's the next one? I'm guessing it's this one. Never lucky. Let's get the trash can. Rebel spike bindings. Braces are usually never really worth much of anything because nobody mogs braces. Where's the next one? Oh, thwack is up. Important question. Has Obi-Wan disappeared? I miss hello there. Yes. Is the short of that answer. Welcome in though. Good morning, good morning. The my little AI bot Stanley is on vacation at the moment. Oh, and the hello, yeah, the the hello there sound alert is I turned sound alerts off a while ago as well because Stanley basically took place and now Stanley's on vacation. So yeah, I need to spend a bit of time update some of these things. I tend not to. I tend not to. No, you lot didn't break him. He just has some slight problems. The fact that after 4 hours he just ignores people, for starters, which is kind of frustrating. Secondly, he's sort of has this weird effect on my game where it randomly starts consuming large amounts of CPU, causing a single core in my system to just max out 100%, causing lag in my game. Which is, yeah, not something really I want whilst playing games or streaming, to be honest, which is a touch frustrating. So he has some bugs. Stanley has some bugs, and I need to get them smoothed out. I've messaged the dev. It was a passion project in the first place, though, not one that I have really much control over. Sounds like your justification for tax breaks to the missus. Hey, well, you know. We each have our ways of persuasion.
That's why we got insurance, folks. Clean it up. Oh, for the lover, get that out of here.
Let me mine.
Not again.
Okay. At 15... What's going on? At 15-ish per dig. Every dig is 2 minutes long. There's about a minute of downtime between each one. So let's say each dig takes 3 minutes. That means you're doing 20 digs an hour. Assuming people get to the next one and start it nice and fast. 20 digs an hour times the 15. You're only getting 300 market research an hour by doing this. Which is probably why mathematically people have gone, oh yeah, this is going to take ages. Yeah, no thanks. $300 an hour by doing the digs. What did I just say we needed to get to Exalted? A further 21,000, which is 42 turn-ins, which is 4,200. So there's still another 10 hours of doing this. There's another 10 hours of scrap farming to do. Oh, boy. I see everything in this zone as a full patch activity. Well, yeah, to be fair, I am zerging it a little bit too hard, to be honest, really. I should pace myself a touch, but there's that. The early bird catches the worm scenario. Like the sub-factions, for example. When you get these to Revered, there's a pet that you unlock, which apparently only costs you... Each faction has its own pet, and each faction's pet only costs resonance crystals, but they can be auction housed. Some people have already hit Revered because they've stuck with the same faction for like the entire time. I would have almost hit Revered with Steamweedle this week if I'd have planned ahead. But ultimately, pushing and getting these pets first, you know, cash in some resonance crystals, distribute them across realms, get them available to people. There's a strong opportunity to make a bunch of gold there. So the reality is often many of these pushes are worthwhile doing financially at the beginning. By the time, if you casually chip away at it through an entire patch, that's great, but you probably don't get much of the benefit of doing it, if that makes sense. How did you max Renown with the cartels? Oh, I haven't. I've maxed... Oh, with the cartels of Undermine, like the main faction. Lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of world quests with your contract up. I've had a contract running since day one. I've completed every world quest and killed every rare on the map. I've done that on multiple characters. Yeah, just lots of graft. I'm selling the wave breakers at the moment, sold 2 so far. If you have a multi-realm setup, now's a good time to take them to realms where they don't exist. Take them to the realms that don't have one present, get it listed. If you don't have a multi-realm setup, well, here's maybe a good opportunity to do one, you know? I was at university, I became good friends with a few of the lecturers. One day for my final project, accidentally started a 3-day disruption of student internet. When one of the friendly lecturers was explaining the issue to class one day, I got a very targeted V side-eye. Ironically, when I moved to Australia, we caught up and he'd become the dean at the local university. It made for a interesting opening meeting. That's my role as Gov Cybersec lead. Hang on, I clearly missed a vital detail in that story. Accidentally started a 3-day disruption of the student internet. I don't really want to know how. I don't really want to know how. But it's, yeah, funny. That's one of those small world situations. Building a tool and it went a little bit AWire. Yeah. That can happen. Accidentally build in some infinite loop or something. Any rats? No rats. Only started selling them yesterday, got them on a few realms. It's the one thing that I kind of sort of thought might be a goal-making adventure that, to be honest, I didn't really think about. I was so focused on killing rares and Mechanica and all of that sort of stuff, I kind of forgot about the sub-factions getting to Revered. If I'd thought about it more, I wouldn't have gone Venture Company 1 week, Bilge Water the next week. I've got to nearly 8,000 out of 12,000 through Honoured with Steam Weedle just this week, which technically leads me to believe that if I'd thought about it properly, I could have got to a vid with each one in a single week, but it wasn't where I had my focus. Because you could technically have 3 of them at Revered already by this point, if you like really tried. You'd have needed a bunch of ults, but it's technically possible. 20 ults maybe, 20 level 80s. Which to be fair is no easy feat in the first place. I'm kind of lucky. I spent a lot of Season 1 just casually leveling my crafting toons for no real reason at the time, other than I thought having a bunch of 80s would be useful. And so far it's turned out very useful. It's turned out very useful. Being able to get a whole bunch of characters in the zone. Killing rares.
Not much of a sportsman myself, but I have some boom ball tickets. Take them if you want them. I'm not gonna use them.
Oh, typicals. Now I'm like miles away and in combat. A rare spawns. You've been able to get a mount and sell it yet? I have a mount. I have it listed. It has not sold yet. But yes. 1 out of 3. I'm not really in that much of a rush to sell them. I mean, it would be cool if I can sell them, of course. But, I mean, if they don't sell, they don't sell. My strategy with this is I know how long it takes me to get one of these damn things. And if I can sell it faster than it takes me to get it, it's a good indication that I'm selling it too cheap. Hey! First miscellaneous mechanic of the day. Off. Who was that? Tally. So my... Oh wait, hang on. I've actually had 36 of them. That was my 37th. Math doesn't math on that, but it makes sense in my head. Still on 4. It's one of those that if you are not paying really much attention to trying to get them, yeah, like people are still in low single digits, I imagine. How many toons are you farming it? Well, so far got I think 13 level 80s into the zone doing stuff. Wow, I missed that one completely by killing that rare. Now, that doesn't mean I'm doing everything on all 13 characters every day, but I have 13 characters I can farm the rares on. Which is by no means a huge amount, but I am doing this on one single account. I would technically be much better off multi-boxing this, but that's a whole nother setup that I kind of only half have access to. Cost me a lot of time and effort to set that up, so short term I'm happy just to do it on the one account. I may not get quite as many of them as people who are multi-boxing, but some is still better than none. I've left that for you and K-Chat to farm for them. Seems more hassle than the pets. One thing I've learned over the years is that most goal-making things revolve around how easy is it to do. And the more annoying and the more frustrating or the more time-consuming something is to do, the more it ends up being worth. Simply on the basis of that, you know, people don't want to do the boring, time-consuming stuff, right? They'd rather pay somebody else to do it for them. I mean, that's fundamentally the concept of farming, like in general, whether it be for materials or transmog or pets or mounts or whatever. Like you're doing something that somebody else doesn't really want to do themselves. At the end of the day, pretty much everybody has the ability to do most of these things, but you have to make a choice, right? Do I spend all of my day farming rares in the new zone, or do I go out and gear my main character via Mythic Plus? Like, you know, you can't technically be doing all of it, so. How fast are you able to farm it? I get a couple of Mechanicas a day. Yeah, a couple of Mechanicas a day. Probably enough to get sort of a... Well, we're about to go into the 4th week of the patch, aren't we? I would imagine by the end of next week, I'll probably have enough Mechanicas for the 2nd mount, which is, you know, 2 mounts a month. But that's with pretty strong focus on doing it this entire month. But I have slowly been chipping away at doing everything else in the zone as well. One thing I like to do with these patch zones is sort of complete them in a weird kind of way, you know. I like to get that ATT percentage up. I like to collect everything that the zone has to offer. And I'm doing all of that at the same time, so that's what keeps me busy. And getting the Mechanicas and killing the rares is just kind of a byproduct almost in a weird way. Because this is the kind of gameplay loop that I'd quite happily just do anyway. Delves are in a weird spot right now where M0 gives Vault rewards. Or Mythic Plus 2, I don't remember. Delves are... I mean, I run the risk of sounding like a broken record with this, but yes, I agree. Delves are in a bit of a weird spot because the honeymoon phase of Delves is kind of wearing off. You know, now this is the 2nd season of Delves. People are going to very quickly realise that, well, hang on, this is just exactly the same as Season 1 again. Nothing's really changed. They added 2 new ones, which is cool, but fundamentally, you know, once you've ran a delve, you've ran a delve, you know. There isn't... Whilst they're trying to simulate replayability, they're only simulating replayability by, you know, by sort of teasing you with the allure of extra gear. So it's a reward-based system rather than a true natural, oh, this is cool, I want to do it again kind of thing. I'm going to be really interested to see the state of Delves by the end of Season 2. And this is irrespective of what the reward path in them is. I've noticed over the time that I tend to look at features in this game a little bit more analytically, a little bit more from the perspective of just truly how fun is this piece of content, and is it just fun because it offers somebody something that they want? You know, if it offers somebody a piece of gear that they want, or it offers somebody a crest that they want, is that the reason why some people are finding it fun? And is that actually really that fun for that long? And I'm not convinced that delves are really that fun if you take the reward system away from it. Now, it was new and it was shiny and it was, you know, interesting, and people explored it Season 1, but It's going to be interesting to see what the consensus is by the end of Season 2. The fact that they've already kind of missed on a couple of the promises they made with Delves. You know, they told us we were going to get... They said we were going to get, like, new companions each season. And now they've politically come up with a reason to why they're not doing that. Where's the flipping rare? Oh, maybe the rare's already dead. So already they're kind of backtracking on some of their promises with Delves, which is concerning for the longevity of it. Considering they've painted it as something they want to be evergreen. But I don't personally think it has really evergreen appeal.
Better shovel harder. 1 minute and we are out of here.
Does multiple kills of the daily rares on the same tune give a chance at the Mechanica? No. No. Loot lockout is once per day. On the daily rares, that is, and once per week on the weekly rares. But loot lockout is per character, whereas the rep is warband wide. So this is why on my main character, I systematically kill every rare on my main character. That means I've gained the rep from each rare every day, and it means any other rares that I kill on my alts is just purely for the Mechanicas.
Shovels down. We'll come back to this one later.
Technically, Dark Fuse, market research grind and a 2x4 can give you about 800 research. It would take a bit more than 2 hours to get 10,000 rep with Dark Fuse, which equals 1 to 2 Mechanicas if you're exalted. Yeah, I've heard that the 2x4 farms are slightly more efficient for grinding the rep out. What I am led to believe, though, very much so, is that those groups won't last for very long. Those groups only exist predominantly, it feels, for people who are grinding the rep. And there's going to be a lot of people that will grind the rep and get it out the way, but then they'll stop. They did it to hit Renown, and then they'll stop. They're not doing it to farm the Paragon boxes particularly, because most people don't seem to really have much value for these Mechanicas, because they're worthless technically until you get at least 5 of them, maybe 10, but realistically 25. The big payday comes from getting 25 of them. And also, we don't strictly know the drop rate on Mechanicas from the Paragon boxes yet. There's so little data and information out there on that. I'm pretty sure that they're not guaranteed from the Paragon boxes. They might be a 50% chance or something in the... there's probably a high chance to get them from the Paragon boxes. I've even heard that you can get like 1 to 2 of them from the boxes, but I doubt that's going to be every single time. But like I said, this is stuff that, there's so little data on that we're just kind of, for the most part, guessing at the moment. A 1 times 5 gives you 800 per hour, so I guess a 2x4 would actually give you slightly more. Well, you can also 4x4 it. You can 4x4 it as well. But setting all of that up is not something that many people are going to proactively do. And it requires each person in the 4 groups carefully distributing the pylons. It's quite requires quite a lot of synergy. Synergy that I'm not suspecting many people will do for very long. 2x4 farming, for example, is predominantly a system that is heavily preyed upon by like farmers who are looking for that per hour payout, right? If I spend this hour of time, what can I get at the end of it? Mechanicas, although they're seemingly worth an awful lot, they're not worth, like I said, the biggest byproduct of that is they're worth nothing until you have a multiple of them. A single Mechanica is fundamentally worth nothing. But when you get 25 of them, they all of a sudden become worth an awful lot. Now, the problem with that is that you're not getting a quote-unquote payout until you've like spent flipping God knows how long doing a farm. But we will see, because let's not forget, like, you only have to go back a few expansions to BFA, for example, where people are 2x4 farm the mounts all day long, you know. But that was because, like, a mount would drop and you would get a payday, right? One mount would drop and you'd get a payday. Now getting a Mechanica drop and, you know, the payday isn't as straightforward, which I know categorically will put a lot of people farming it off. Most farmers will go and they'll do a 2x4 cloth farm or a skinning farm or something like that instead, where they get that instant drip, like permanent drip feed of gold from doing it. Putting all their eggs in 25 Mechanica boxes is probably not very attractive to most farmers. But I do believe the Paragon boxes will be the main source for most players, I think, eventually. Anything outside the few individuals that have, like, a quite sizable multi-box setup for this. Welcome in, Goldson. Good morning / evening. You live in the future, don't you? Probably sitting down for dinner. Really not seeing many of these rares. Let me do a quick... Well, we've not been up to near Sal for a while. Let's go... Ha! Speak of the devil. Might not be a terrible idea, actually, for me to go through some of my alts today and at least make sure I've killed some of the prominent weekly rares on them, because they do have the biggest and the best chance per kill. Oh, somebody's killing the world boss. Yeah. Say hello to server lag. Anytime the world boss is pulled, the server goes to shit. Somebody's over by rats. That sometimes gives me the illusion that rats might have spawned. Or either that they know something I don't, or they're just camping waiting for it. Or there's no rats here at all. That's another option. Oh, somebody maybe was handing in their cola bottles. Vivi and Candy and Scrapbeak. Where's the... Let's go get a tap on the trash real fast. Whoa, shit. We missed. Don't want to miss a pile. We can turn up for the last 20 seconds, it's fine, but we don't want to miss the pile. Oh, there's Candy. Uploading video. I'm in surplus again. I've been very strongly considering toning back my stream schedule recently because I enjoy doing YouTube content, but after streaming for 4 or 5 hours or whatever, and then I go and eat dinner, and then I walk the dogs, and then it's the evening, and then maybe I want to, you know, sit down with the wife for the evening or whatever. My video production rate, I have a list of videos I want to do, but my video production rate is just basically non-existent, and I get stuck. I'm stuck in this vicious cycle where because I leave it too long between each video, I feel as if my next video has to be like a good one, and I've actually made a bunch of videos and not even published them for that simple reason. It's like really stupid, but this is why actually doing like daily video uploads is much easier. It's much easier to maintain a daily upload schedule than it is to like upload once or twice a week or 4 times a month or something. It's weird how that works. Okay, I think we tapped that. Let's go do rats if they're still up. Probably left it too long. I should have killed rats first, shouldn't I? Oh no, he's still there. This is the kiss curse of streaming. Streaming's really fun. I love streaming. Like it's easily my favourite part of the day. But it does chip away at my enthusiasm to get other things done. But it's talking shop. Most people don't care. Most people just want more. No. Mount has not sold yet. Mount is not sold. And that's the other thing I would point out with this. We're 3 weeks into the patch now, and I've waited pretty much most of my time and efforts on this one mount. Like, ultimately. And it's, once again, it's the same scenario. It's worth nothing until I sell it. The only comforting thing is that I've seen a bunch of other people have sold theirs, so at least I know that there is interest in them. Did I get booted from the group? You have been removed from the group. Absolute scumbags. Removed from the group. Why? Because I went to kill a rare for 2 minutes. It's literally what you meant to do in this zone. Is there any prerequisite for alts to start dropping Mechanica? Not that I'm aware of, no. It's just on the loot table for rares. Anybody can kill them. For example, K-Chak is multi-boxing and is using like level 73 characters or something. Sold my rocket yesterday, 4 mil. Greatly helps with the motivation to keep doing the farm. Yeah, no, see, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Like, 4 mil. That's a big block of, you know, that's nearly a, in the EU at least, that's a year of game time. Like, when you think about it like that, a 4 mil, year of game time. Year of game time by farming up a mount in the last few weeks and selling it, you know. It's not bad going. Scrap Peak and Vivi. Right, let's just camp these last two. Or when I say camp them, I more loosely mean do some realm hopping until we find them. How do you get 70s into the zone? Just summon them in. You can get level 1s into you can get level 1s like into the zone, but there's not much point in having them there. Yoink.
Not much of a sportsman myself, but I have some boom ball tickets. Take them if you want them. I'm not gonna use them.
Right, one rare to go. One rare to go on this dude. Oh, hello. Another dumpster. Listed my innovation investigator 4.5 mil, but sorry, no, still no luck. It's the best thing I could. Well, I mean, an item of that sort of this level of prestige and this sort of value, you just got to find somebody that's looking at getting one, right? There is a reality, a strong reality, that of the very few people who are willing to spend that much on a mount in the first place, the people who are willing to spend that much know about things like cross realm, and so will quickly Google where the cheapest one is, and they'll buy the cheapest one. That's a strong possibility. But at the same time, there's equally a whole bunch of people that have so much gold, they just straight up don't care. And if it pops up on the auction house and it's the only one and they want it, they'll buy it. So there's offering out sort of words of wisdom on how to sell these more effectively is just hot air, really, because there's a strong element of luck in all of it. Technically, the lower the price you list it for, the greater the chances of somebody coming along and going, you know what, I'll have that. But it's finding that tipping point between selling it and selling it for as much as you can get for it. Right, there's every rare on this dude. Nice. Let's go hand in market research and see if that gets us to a vid.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Zin Pao with the 37, my man. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Is it Prime Day? What's Happy Prime Day about? What's Prime Day about? The irony is that, you know, I am more than happy to take people's primes off them, but we don't have Amazon here in Finland, which means that Prime is not as much of a thing. So I tend not to notice. Oh, 3 years of using the Prime. Oh, I see. Well, that said 37 months. either way, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Big time. Spending the morning by the lake today, so I have some geese to keep me company whilst watching the stream. Life is good right now. That's definitely an interesting way to absorb the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you. And relax. I hope you get some sun at least. Juicy findings from last week's index pricings. Finally time for pots, flasks and enchants to shine. Oh, let's have a little looky. Let's have a little looky. Holy! Holy! Check this out, boys and girls. Holy! So, we can see cooked food, raw food, potions and elixirs. And to some lesser extent, flasks, enchant mats, materials in general. So we had that. So let's look at it from this perspective, right? So we had old school pricing. We saw a spike just prior to the patch launching, where, you know, materials rose in price quite aggressively. This was, so back here was when many people were buying a bunch of mats, seeing sort of a lot of cheap stuff, squirreling it away. Around this sort of point, I spent about between 8 to 10 million gold on buying some stuff up. I sold most of my stuff back out at about this point here, where I was taking about a 20-25% return on investment, should we say. Nice little profit margin there for me. This was also the point, this dip here was a point where I contemplated picking up and buying up a bunch of stuff, and I kind of wish I had done more of that riding the second wave, because if I picked up a bunch of stuff back at this point, stuff, you know, that goes into potions, flasks, all of that, we'd have seen, boom, nice steady spike in demand for everything. Now's a really good time to sell gems. It's really odd to see augment runes completely flatlined. Cloth seems to have taken a bit of a spike, even though, well, I wonder what, are you tracking the rare cloths? Because those have taken a beating. Enchant masks, yeah. Any highly consumed item is doing well right now. Pretty impressive to see. What we got down the bottom? Delve mats. Delve mats in the bin. Holy. The cloth bucket was weaver cloth bolts, and dusk weave. Oh, okay. Yeah, Duskweave and Dawnweave is in the bin right now because it's being hyperspawn farmed. So much so that I'm tempted to pick some of it up. Because there usually comes a point where these farms get nerfed. And soon as the farm gets nerfed, then that's usually the dip. But that's quite cool. No left shark on the graph. Oh dear.
Keep it quiet.
Right. This should be enough to get us to revered. Boom. Revered with the Dark Fuse solutions. 21,000 rep to go.
You been followed?
That gives us the mount at least. Yeah. Just a casual 11,000 resonance crystals though. Holy. Shit's expensive. Just the coat to go. Just the coat to go. The grind for Exalted to get the coat begins. The Matrix coat. We need the Matrix coat.
Watch your back.
Let's test this new mount out, shall we? Dark Fuse Demolisher. Oh, she mean. She mean. My pink elephants almost match as well, you know. My pink elephants almost match. It almost looks like they're meant to be. Very stylish. Very stylish. Very cool. Here's the analysis from the hindsight monster. Hold up. So the hindsight monster, when did it peak? What would have been the best week to sell? Well, as of right now, if you invested back in beginning of January in materials, you'd be getting potions and elixirs, you'd be getting over doubling your money. If I presume these to be percentage rates. So you'd be over doubling your money if you bought potions, elixirs back in January, stocked them up and are selling them now. 60% return on flasks doing exactly the same thing. You are technically making a return on augment runes, but the time to sell them is weirdly in the middle of February. Doesn't make much sense, does it? Cooked food. We saw a peak before. The season even started. You just got a 30% return on your investment on cooked food way back when. But the reality is selling it now is the play. Same with raw food. That's a surprisingly large jumps, actually. But then fundamentally, basically everything else. So the TLDR to all of this for me, really, is that if you buy when you clearly see there is the mid-season lull and you stock up hard, it's almost impossible to fail because you can firstly sell off most of your stuff for a small return on your investment before the patch even launches. Selling to speculators clearly works. You can secondly then buy in again shortly after the patch is launched for the second wave to then take advantage of these post-raid launch spikes in prices for everything. Yeah. The post-raid peak is much bigger than it was in Dragonflight. Is it really? And for reference, I think the reason why all of these... I think the reason why this is true for literally everything is because of alchemy. It's entirely because of thaumaturgy. All of these base materials are synergistically linked with each other. Their price is locked in a formula with each other that means that if one rises, it pulls up everything else as well. And this is why pretty universally across the board, anything that has even the slightest thing to do with thaumaturgy, up. Unless you're stacking tinderboxes. And tinderboxes have got nothing to do with alchemy, nothing to do with thaumaturgy. They're much delve mats, augment runes, things that are not part of the alchemy shuffle are a little bit more volatile and have proven to not... Oh, hello, am I dying here? Oh, shit. And have proven to not be quite as lucrative. It's cool analysis, though, Woo. Very strong analysis. It's nice to see it in sort of, like, data terms, because this is the aspect of this that I'm not great at. I subconsciously am aware of most of this happening, but I tend not to rarely put, like, numbers to it. It's kind of cool to see in numerical form. Raid launch week is not the top week for any map, so don't blow your load too early. Yeah. Yeah, the actual launch of the raid, nothing is peaking. And that is because everybody is panicking. Like, everybody assumes that the week the raid launches is the week. When it's not necessarily. It's the week where everybody tries to dump their stock. Everybody probably the largest amount of it is actually consumed, but it clearly is an indication. So like this week here, for example, when the raid actually launches, this week here is the week when the greatest natural consumption of this stuff occurs, but simultaneously the greatest supply of it on the auction house also occurs. And so this week, this raid launch week, is just hoovering up and basically sinking all of these consumables, all of these materials, right? Flushing them all out. And then it's the week after when the actual continued demand for all of these items, after everybody's like flushed through all of their stocks, selling it all on the first week for cheap, starts to kick in, and you start to see prices rise, because this then is more reflective of the natural economy cycle of, oh shit, there's not much of this material left, price goes up, market gets reset. Because of alchemy, it rises all tides. It's interesting. It's kind of cool to see. Right, we need to jump tunes anyway, because we've got no rares to kill on this dude. Actually, before we do jump ship, I need to do an 11. It doesn't need to be a bountiful. Maybe I just do side street sluice because it's right here. We'll do that on 11 quickly. Just to get me gilded crests for the week. What's the vendor buy add-on to buy Max, please? I may have missed your response. I had to step away. It's called... I don't know. No idea. No idea. Buy them all? I would assume it's this one. Buy them all.
Look around. There's treasure here.
What are you looking like? Brown at 45. He's got green Mechasaurs, flipping rank 1 dimensional bioprinters. My luck on these curios is tragic, by the way. I'm starting to now get rare and epic curios by doing enough delves on nearly all of the shit apart from the stuff I'm actually using. I guess we just got to do more delves, right? Bouncing grenade. Which ones am I using? I'm using 3-dimensional printer. Damaging an elite creature below 40% health creates an imperfect copy of it. I'm also using the Mechasaur easy build. Goblin-o-matic bouncing grenade. Bran has a chance during combat to toss a grenade at an enemy, dealing a bunch of damage with a 25% chance to stun. This has a 30% chance to bounce to a new target. Printer is okay for everything that's not an int class. I've liked this one though, because it, you know, just spawns stuff. Maybe we try bouncing grenade. Let's try bouncing grenade for this one. I don't know. I don't really figure out the meta too much. I just go by what sounds cool. Story of my life. I'm sure there probably is a quote-unquote best, but... I can't flip and see what's going on. Ouch. Nearly zapped me in one go. That why is Bran so tiddly? I got a mini version of Bran. That'll be the bio printer. So easily pleased. I do need to remember that this is an 11 and that I shouldn't just pawn the entire thing. I've been doing 8s for a few days, and 8s are just Lolosaurus all the way to the end. But I need to remember that an 11 still hits me pretty hard. I've not got the best gear. Can we not do this in the middle of the sea? There we go. Oh shit, my pet got one shot. What's going on here? Do you still get gilded crests for non-bountiful 11s? Yeah, it's just 11s in general. They don't have to be bountiful. I mean, if you can do them bountiful, it's, you know, one of your supposed 8 per week. For me, though, personally, while I can do 11s, I'm not hyper geared, and I don't really want to go all the way through an 11 on a bountiful to then get cucked at the end. So I just did my 8s, and I've done a few bonus 11s. So if I fail them or do something remarkably stupid in them, it's not as impactful. I know you only use the key at the end, but... So in theory, maybe I should do them all, but I don't know, whatever. I just play the game. Cooked a few times at 11s at the final bosses on certain classes. Yeah, that's kind of the scenario I don't really want to put myself in. I don't want to... Oh, my disengage is off cooldown. Do others experience a bug with the Buy All add-on? I can no longer split stacks in my inventory while it's running. I've not encountered it. I don't know, unfortunately. Alpha Cannon sounds like something I don't want to go off. Ouch, okay.
Treasure close by.
That's great, Bran. How about you do some heals instead? Do your job. You get this little doodad out the way. Get this little fella out the way. I would say though, I did a couple of 8s on my paladin yesterday, who in fairness is like less than 620 item level, so he is kind of undergeared for it. But I do now more appreciate when people say that BM Hunters just Lolosaurus all the way to the bank in Delves, because you've got the Golden Trinity, right? You've got Bran healing, you're doing DPS, and your pets are tanking. You've got the full setup. Going in on Ret Paladin, I still had Bran on healer mode, but you know, getting hit in the face, constantly. Even Bran's healing was not reliable towards the end, and that was only on 8s. So I kind of get having that pocket tank with your pets is just like crazy useful. I imagine like Warlocks with their Void Boy are probably in the same sort of boat. If you can get something to tank for you, you can kind of hit all 3 roles. Void Boy gets clapped nearly as fast as Bran. Oh, does he? Oh, okay. Maybe pet do pet things is OP then. Timed an 8 recently took me sub 10 minutes on a 630-ish item level. I'm not doubting it's possible. I'm just saying that like there's clearly a bit of a differentiator between some classes. Come out of the... There we go. I also don't profess to be overly great at the game in general. Outside the auction house, at least, anyway. I think the gold variation of the delve you're doing at 11 can be done by anybody because there's no end boss. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, you just shrink him, don't you? And then he's got like 15 mil health and he just falls over. Yeah, that's a bit of a cheat mode delve, that one. It's clever.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
You're looking a bit rough, Bran. The insults. Oh, here's a question, boys and girls. Has anybody spotted anything cool on the Steam sale? Steam Spring sale? I'm really tempted, and I don't know where this is coming from. I'm really tempted to pick up the Division 2. I've played the Division 2. I played it when it very first came out, which is like 4 or 5 years ago now, it must be. But I really enjoyed it, even though it was a bit funky when it first came out. Loads of glitches, loads of random crashes, all of that sort of stuff. But I've somewhat heard through the grapevine that it's in a much better state. And I'm really tempted to pick it up again. I think I had it originally on what was the Ubisoft launcher or something, which I don't believe exists anymore, so my copy of the Division 2, I wouldn't know where the hell it is or how to get it. So I'm tempted to pick it up on Steam again. There's also like a New York expansion to it or something. I'm really tempted because I enjoyed that game a few years ago. Division was a good game. I only played the first one. I loved the first one, which is why I played the second one when it came out. I didn't play it for very long, though. I'm just wondering if there's anything else anybody's spotted in the Steam sale that's, you know, a few quid worth picking up kind of thing. Anno 1800 is only €6. I've seen that, but I don't understand it. The game fundamentally I don't understand. So this probably means I need to give it a go at some point. But it gives me Civilization vibes, and I'm not a Civ fan, unfortunately. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but it gives me the same vibes. Although, like, an economy-based game, you would think would be right up my street, but... Elden Ring, 40% off. I'm not a fan of the Dark Souls style games, unfortunately. I don't like being punched in the face for no reason. You guys have seen me play WoW enough to know that, realistically, I enjoy video games, but I'm not great at them, especially when I stream them. So something like Elden Ring would just cause me endless levels of frustration, which, I'm not going to lie, it's probably fun for you guys, but it would make me pull the very little hair I still have out, I think, is my honest answer with Elden Ring. Tropico? It's more like Tropico than Civilization, okay. Another game I've never played. I need to play more games.
You're looking a bit rough. Take a wee rest.
X-Plane 11 is €8 if you want to sit around and do nothing for 12 hours. Is that like a flight sim equivalent? I've thought, like, for some random, unnecessary Sunday, like, streamathon type game to, in fairness, just copying Preach, but doing something like Euro Truck Simulator or something. I think it'd be funny. Drive around Finland, or drive like from the. In a couple of weeks' time, we're going up north for a week. I don't think I've really mentioned this much on stream yet, but we've got a small vacation in a couple of weeks where we're going up north for a week where there's still a little bit of snow. Do touch of skiing for a few days. But we drive up there. And when I say we, I mean my wife. It's like a 12-hour ride to get there. I was thinking about simulating that in the Euro Truck Simulator or something. Doing a practice run. IF Sunsets. Survival game with nighttime zombies. Oh my god. Snow? What is that? Finland had very, very little snow this year. At least down south. Very, very mild winter. You could get Finnish Cottage Simulator. That's true. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. I really enjoy streaming, and I really want to stretch into playing more than just World of Warcraft 5 days a week. Obviously, that's everybody's streaming dream, really, though, isn't it? But to really tick the box of variety streamer. I just try and I try and not do it too frequently because we did just go play Satisfactory for the best part of a month, so. But you know, Steam sale, often stuff is on the cheap. Thought there might be a few things to pick up. There's that, what's it, flipping hell, what's it called? Oh, not Theme Hospital. 2 Point Museum, I think, is out as well now. 2 Point Hospital was really fun. They did 2 Point University, which wasn't as cool, but they've now released 2 Point was it 2 Point Museum? Which I'm tempted to give a go as well. Satisfactory 1.1's announced. Yeah, I know. I haven't even watched the announcement trailer for that yet. I've been so flipping. See, this is the thing for me. When I get engrossed in World of Warcraft, I get engrossed. But like, just blinkers are on. End up accidentally paying no attention whatsoever to anything else that's going on around me. This dude does a knockback, doesn't he? So let's not get knocked back into the. Does he really do much of anything, or is this all he does? It's more a case of kill it before the room fills with sludge, isn't it? Which, with my DPS at the moment, that's not looking particularly hopeful. I think I've done this on an 11 before. Oh shit, that was not something I'm intended to do. Let's try that again. Do these puddles on the floor disappear? If they don't, I am up shit creek without a paddle, aren't I? Stand against this pillar. First person World of Warcraft. Or slightly third person, but you know what I mean. Oh shit. Standing in a goo patch. More darts. Hang on, I'm 100% not paying attention to chat right now. Forgive me. I'll look again in a... Whoa, shit, that's what I didn't want to do. Let me get this dude dead and then I'll pay more attention. Juice it up. No. No juicing today. No juicing. Okay, I think we're safe. I think he's dead. Down he goes. Never going to stop simping for RimWorld. Need to get my fix soon. Yes, it's one I've had my eyes on for a while as well. Cannot let Satisfactory go. Started a new save and building very early, huge, extendable coal energy plant. Yeah, I greatly enjoy Satisfactory. I was searching how to get the radioactive rat to spawn. Yesterday told you something wrong. It appears it cannot be tamed with the patch release. What I saw previously was from the PTR. Oh, okay. Maybe it was never meant to be. Wait, hang on. Oh. Oh. Okay, well, I've lied to you all. Apparently, I've lied to you all. Apparently, the 11s to get the Gilded Crests does need to be on Bountiful. Because I did not get any that time. There was not the extra mini box. Oh. Well, that's mighty annoying. Maybe that's why I was missing an 11. That's mighty annoying. That means I have to use another key this week to get... Wow, that's really annoying. Maybe already at cap. Well, I was 2 out of 3. That's the only reason I was doing this. I was missing one opportunity. Huh. Okay. Weird. Maybe not weird. Maybe I'm the dumb. But maybe they do have to be bountiful 11s. If you mouse over that bar, it tells you they need to be bountiful, I think. Does it really? Gilded stash. This info is unavailable in your current location.
Look around. There's treasure here.
Okay. Appears in tier 11 bountiful delves. Shit. Should have read the tagline, shouldn't I? Upon delve completion with lives remaining, a gilded stash will appear in the treasure room containing 7 gilded crests. Oh. So you don't need to use a key, but it does need to be a tier 11 bountiful. Oh. Oh. There are some things about this game that get on my goat. Having to... God damn. Yeah, okay. Well, it turns out it does need to be a bountiful delve, but I don't have to use a bountiful key to open a bountiful chest in a bountiful delve. Lord have mercy. Right, well, we could do excavation site 9. You can do any bountiful 11, but just have to do it without using the key. Yeah, I just won't open the box that needs the key to open at the end. Okay, well, that whole delve was a complete and utter waste of time then. Complete and utter waste of time. I don't actually have any more keys, so I can't open the box even if I want to. Actually, this is a good opportunity to say, anybody want to do a world soul memory and blast some coffee key shards? Can we get a group on the go for this? Because this is one of those where I could do with doing some. Release 5 radiant echoes at once, increasing your rewards from this memory. 5-fold rewards. 5 times the amount of keys. Crush 5 radiant echoes in your fist, increasing this memory to its maximum difficulty. Locked. Complete the achievement a series of echoes to unlock this. Complete each of the World Soul Memory events in Kazalgar. Oh. Okay. Fuck's sake. Alright then, well I guess we do a basic one. What's... World Soul Memory, World Soul times 5 in the deeps. Start a group. Is World Soul one word? It is. What's this one called? World Soul Memory Kajamite. Right. If anybody wants to come and jump in here, we will blast through one of these. If you need any coffer, what are the coffer key shard things? If you need any coffer key shards, if you've got some, what are they called? Radiant Echoes. We can blast a little group of this. 651. Now we're cooking. So frustrated right now. My mum bought a used car from a dealership last Thursday. It stopped working at the weekend. Something about the car not recognising key fobs. Dealership is wanting to charge for the repair. My mum wants to pay. But there's a 12-month, what's it called, guarantee that they need to fix it for free. It's law. Yeah, that sort of stuff annoys. I'm. This is where me and my wife get in frustrations about this sort of stuff. I'm very English about these sorts of things. I would be quite simply like, no, come on. Now, I bought it a few days ago. You've sold me a dud. You need to fix this. And I just stand my ground on that sort of stuff. Quite simply, you fix this car, or you have the car back and you give me a refund. Now, I don't particularly want a refund because I don't want to have to particularly go out and find a new car. I would prefer you to just fix the car you sold me, sort of thing. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that one. I would not be paying for that sort of thing. Got me 135 fragments yesterday. Didn't do that good. This is why I kind of think that doing this in a group is the best way to do it. I think probably simply on the basis of that you just kill more stuff in the group as a group, and you should get more rewards out the back of it. That's the theory, at least. Fix the car or fix the wall when the car goes through it. Yeah. Yes, I do play Horde these days. Yeah, EU Horde. Finally got exalted with the Dark Fuse solutions. Good effort, man. Good effort. Good effort. Do you think there'll be a way to convert empty cola cans to research? Sat on about 85k of them. No. No. It's good. Cola cans have got nothing to do with the Dark Fuse. Those empty cola cans, cash them in, get some pets, get some resonance crystals. Right, there we go. There's a 5-man group. Let's give this a go. How have 4 people joined and there's only me plus what? Who's missing? Where's Bart? Hello? Alright, well, I'm gonna assume Bart's taking his sweet time. Can we do this as a raid? I'm gonna assume we can do this as a raid. Yeah, fuck it, let's go. Raid it up. Slam it in. Right. Kill things, people. Kill things. How far is nobody doing anything? I'm confused. Kill things! Have I done this wrong? Are people don't seem to be in a different phase. Kill things. We're on the clock. Use your world souls. Kill things. That is, unless I've done something wrong here. Right, where's the next rare? Anybody this way? Oh, there's another rare up the top. Is he dead already? He's dead already, nice. Flipping shamans and their lightning just looks so cool. Shamans are pumping this patch, right? I see a lot of them knocking about, which means they must be giga meta right now. Each early undermined density defeated eases the memory of the pain in this place. Alright, yeah, sure. That's why we're here, right? Okay. Boom. 155 Valor Stones, 150 Coffer Key Shards. Okay. Fair enough. Nice one. Nice one. I don't know if that's competitive rates, but it worked. Thank you, boys and girls. Appreciates. That's oh, I forgot to use these at the end of that last delve. Maybe that last delve wasn't totally for nothing. Gives us 2 more keys. I do still have 7 more Radiant Echoes, though. Is it possible just to do the same one again? See, now, why does it say Radiant Echo 0? I'm so confused by this. Okay. Do we go do excavation site 9? Now, see this, I probably shouldn't have got those coffer keys, should I? Because I'm going to be incentivized to use them. But if I use them now, I won't have enough to do all 8 next week. I need to make sure I have 8 keys for next week. You get 4 by doing weekly activities. I then need to manufacture 2 more keys on top of the 2 I have to make sure I can do 8 next week. Alright, I'm going to go do excavation site 9 on 11 for the crests. But please remind me not to open the chest at the end. What a weird state of events. Got coins to convert for more keys. Oh, that's a good point. I probably do have a bunch of undercoin, actually, thinking about it. 5,000 undercoin. I can potentially convert those into more keys, maybe. Why do you want to not open the chest? Well, because I need to make sure I have 8 keys so that I can do 8 bountifuls next week. Is my theory with this.
Welcome to the best place ever.
Oh no, shit! We went to the Kaja Coast. That's the wrong flipping one. Whoops. Reverse. Reverse. Sold 39 pets so far. The one for the cartel made like 3 mil just off the pets. Oh, by hitting revered. Hey, GG. Congrats. That's big. That's huge.
What's shaking, pal?
Belt of Black Eagle for 67,000 yesterday. Nice. Juicy. Right, let's go do this Bountiful. Let's do it on 11. Where's the owl? Rocket in the owl. Right, tier 11. Diddler diddler dur. Requires a restored coffer key to open. Gilded stash, here we go. 2 out of 3. Go, go, gadget, go. Where's Bran? What are we setting Bran to? Reverse engineered Goblin Death Bomb. When a player's health drop below 50 during combat, Bran throws a giant bomb that explodes on impact. The explosion knocks back and slows surrounding enemies by 75% for 5 seconds and heals party members for 65% of their maximum health. Can only occur every minute and a half. Well, if I've got Bran on healer mode, I probably shouldn't drop below 50% health. Let's assume I don't. The bouncing grenade, chance to stun. Chance to drop 4 foot bombs on the field. Running into a foot bomb kicks it at your enemy target, dealing fire damage to all enemies in a 6-yard status. Pinged augment chip. Bran's health is increased by 8% and his damage and healing done increased by 30%. While in combat, Bran may become targeted by mech bots that fixate on him and can be destroyed or dispelled. If they reach Bran, he will suffer 30% of his health in damage and be stunned for 5 seconds. Bran's spells and abilities have a chance to commission the Pocket Factory to build 1 turret to assist you for 10 seconds. I don't know, I still like my Mechasaurs. Right, what are we doing here? Investigate the Dark Tier. Very juicy sell. Mats I have in my bank anyway. Nothing special. No idea why somebody would want to pay that much. Yeah, I long since gave up trying to figure out why people buy the shit they buy. I'm just content when they do. This game has taught me that applying logic to this stuff is useful, but the reality is that's assuming that everybody does everything for logical reasons. Most people don't do things for logical reasons. Most people do things based on very irrational, emotional pulls. Logic tends to go out the window. Silent Slitherer. Snaky boy. I think next week as well, and when I say next week, I mean literally tomorrow, we'll get our vault. Tomorrow might be a good day to start looking at crafting some stuff, because I'll have the ability to make 2. I've got 2 runed. What have I got? I've got 2 enchanted runed Undermine crests, so we can make 2 reasonable pieces of crafted gear, or I can save the 2 sparks for the weapon. But the weapon I want to make with the mythic crests, I think. I don't know. I need to fix my helm solution. That's the main thing. I either need to craft a helm or get one of any variety and catalyst it. Or preferably just get the tier out the vault tomorrow. That would be the dream. Tier helm in the vault tomorrow. Mwah, chef's kiss. Probably not going to happen, but that would fix all my problems. shit, let's not stand in all of this, hang on. There's me randomly thinking about vault gear and I'm pulling the entire fucking world. Bad decision. Mythic weapon's probably your biggest upgrade. Yeah, it is. I'm not gonna. How many crests is it you need for a mythic or gilded enchanted undermine crest? Is it 60? If it's 60, I'm not going to be able to have enough because I didn't do any. I didn't do any gilded crests in the first week. I'm only on like 22 or something right now. If it's 60, I'm going to be short, aren't I? What will this get me? 7? So that'll put me at 29. What a random ass number. 29 isn't even divisible by anything. How have I got? How have I only got? I don't know. Can't figure this shit out. It is 60 you need. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna have enough of them, I don't think, next week to make my weapon, even if I want to. But maybe I should save the sparks to do so all the same. I don't know. You get 31 a week, so you'll be bang on. How is... Okay. So if we do 3 11s, 3 bountiful 11s tomorrow, are we saying we'll have enough to make the bow? 675 bow. If you do your Delver's Bounty on an 11, you get an additional 10 Gilded Crests. Oh. I know, see, I didn't even know that. I have been doing my Delver's Bounty each week. It's how I've got a few pieces of hero gear already. Oh, I don't know. This is why I don't like gearing. Just feels weird. It's far easier to just live in the auction house and ignore all of this. Is there any more dark tears over that way? There is one over that way, isn't there? Whoa, 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 what the fucking hell's going on here? Pet do pet things. Shit, that bad. Pet do pet things. Absolute clusterfuck of a mob, that one. I think it's worth a shot waiting until tomorrow to see if you can get to 60. If not, just craft a heroic piece and a mythic weapon in 8 days with the extra spark. Yeah. Yeah, craft 1 piece of gear. craft one piece of gear next week, and then save the second. Wait until we get spark number 3, and then get the weapon then. Right, what's this tear number 3? Tentacles! Go away. Shoo.
They'll never be using that move.
Shoo off. I'm not even sure I've done half my basic profession stuff even this week. I certainly haven't been very proactive with keeping up with patron orders. Letting things slip. Who was it who was waiting for augment runes to spike? The volumes are looking pretty vulnerable now. Are we starting to see a bit of a dip, are we? Crystallized augment runes, 7,500 of them. From the spike, they are steadily dipping. This means they are being consumed. They're being hoovered up. They're being hoovered. Hoovered up. Might not be too long before we see some shortage start to kick in. Now, I don't think we're ever going to get like 2,300. Like, I don't think we're ever going to get back to 3K dizzy heights, but 2,000 plus. 2,000 plus is on the cards if the shortage properly kicks in. Patience is key. They need to break 1.8k before I consider selling. Well, might not be too long. Am I going to have to deal with this dude now? I think I am, aren't I? Too many tentacles. Like some flipping Japanese cartoon, this. Don't like it. Oh, no! Right, number 4. Getting there. Yeah, gilded crafting can go up to 675, yeah. Which is, without stepping foot into a raid, I can't argue with that. The reality is, one of the only reasons I'm like gearing my character particularly is just to make sure that when the Undermine zone like dies a death population wise, like I suspect it will, it's kind of already slowly happening, that at least I'll be able to, for the most part, be self-sufficient when it comes to like killing the rares in there, for example. Because at the moment I still, even at nearly 450 item level, still quite heavily rely on other players in the zone to help kill a lot of the bigger rares. Can we just sneaky our way through here now? Sneaky. Oh, I don't have camo. Not spec'd into it apparently. Whoops, pulled a bug. Don't pull the big dude. Don't pull the big dude. Right. This dude, I vaguely remember he doesn't do all that much, other though he fixates at me at one point and I just run away. We don't like curses, ever. Otherwise, this was a slow and steady, just burn him down, I think. Can't remember what the fixate is called, but... hopeless curse? No thank you. Unanswered call. Is this where he just charges at me? Yes. Right, avoid you. Go away! Scram! That curse conveniently lines up almost perfectly with my counter shot, which we will take. Okay, slow and steady is winning the race. I've cometh to brag. I sold 5.5 million gold yesterday. Flipping hell, derps. Like Shadowlands Legos all over again. It still breaks my brain to think that you could basically open a 5.5... You could open 5 million gold worth of sales basically every day during Shadowlands. No wonder people made out like bandits. Made a gold cap in profit since the beginning of Season 2. Nice. I'll bid about the same point, but I need to sell this mount. I'm probably up 3-4 mil from... Oh, I forgot to interrupt the curse. Shit. Up 3-4 mil, I think, from early investments. That said, I have already reinvested that 3 or 4 mil already. So my actual gold total currently hasn't really gone anywhere, but we've got lots of potential. Yo, hello. 626 Uwu gear. My mage will like those. Here's my gilded stash. There's my crest slip. Now, questions. Questions. Do I open this? Do I open this? There's a piece of gear in it, but do I need the key to ensure that I can open 8 next week? Just send it. Of course you just send it. I'm pretty sure I can get 8 again next week to make sure that I get a fully stocked I know I said no, but I've done the hard work now. There's a piece of gear in here. What if the piece of gear is a helm? What if it's a helm? What if it's the helm I need? What if it replaces this hunk of junk? What ifs? Ah, fuck it, YOLO. Spotlight Materializer 1000. Where the hell did we get this from? Okay, take it. Toy. Yoink. 639 champion gun. On any of my other characters, I'd love that. I mean, I already have an 8 out of 8 champion weapon, and we're already talking about making a mythic crafted pew pew weapon. In fact, I've already got the POW. I've already got the POW gun crafted. I just need to upgrade it. Okay. 'Twas not worth. It's a helm until you open it, yeah. Yeah. You have to run 11 to get the gilded crests. You have to run 11 bountiful to get the crests. Now, that doesn't technically mean you need to open the chest, because the gilded ones come in their own little box. So you don't technically need to use a key to open it. Schrodinger's helmet. Yeah, it literally is, yeah. You don't strictly need to open the box if you don't want to use a key that week, if you're keeping a tight eye on the amount of keys that you use, ensuring that you fill out a vault, for example. But yes, 3 bountiful 11s are needed to... no, that's not a button. 3 bountiful 11s are needed to fill this. When I leave the delve, this will fill. Okay, any other goodies? Saw a EXP token lurking back here. I saw a twinkle in the distance. Go on, Bran, have some experience. 2 resonance crystals? Where's Bran's experience? Stupid game. Stupid game. Right. Okay. I think my work here is done on this dude. I don't think there's really anything I particularly need or want to do on this fella. Let's hearth back to the capital city. Let's quickly double check patron orders. Did I do... yeah, I must have accidentally picked up some dirt piles at some point, but not really done anything particularly useful. Check these real quickly before we move on to the next tune. Oh, haven't unlocked the slots to even do that. I'll regret doing these cheap ones tomorrow when I need to do a bunch more, but whatever. Wow. Okay. Check the mailbox. Sure we could use those. drawn crafting knowledge points to spend. 76 leatherworking points to spend. I'm going to save these, actually, because I'm going to need to potentially craft a piece of leatherworking gear, maybe possibly tomorrow, aren't I? And it'll be easier if I just use the points to max out whichever slot it is that I need to make. I was half contemplating between, do I save 90 and then just fill out the middle 3 for leatherworking as well. That will then technically put me at the position where I can craft any of these items, any leatherworking item at max quality. Van braces and the belt are best to craft. Yeah, assuming that you're working towards Abyss list. The fact that I'm not going to be stepping into Mythic Plus or Raid means my crafting is purely just filling gaps. Filling gaps, really. My gear's not terrible on this dude by this point. I think it's 645 across the board. I think. One piece of set. I've upgraded my weapon a bit. Still using this Sears circlet business. I don't know roughly when it's worth swapping that out. Yeah, pretty much 645 across the board, all apart from this one helm, which is my current problem. I've not had a single helm drop of any reasonable quality. I've probably got one of these 610 adventurer bits of gear that I could boost up some way just to fill a hole right now, but it doesn't seem worth it. Doesn't seem worth it. We've got the vault tomorrow anyway.
I have an extended
You're right though, if everybody is after certain slots, then maxing those out is not a terrible idea. My flipping warbank is full again. Full of flipping catch-up gear again. Can't burn through this stuff fast enough, honestly. Oh, I got a bonus pair of 626 shoulders. They can go on another one of my hunters. I didn't even notice those. They must have come from a delve as well. I'm still absolutely desperately trying to not spend 2.5 million gold on the last warbank tab. Right, let's kill some more rares though. Was that your 8th tier 8 or higher this week? Yeah, I'd actually done more than 8, I think, already. Means I got the choice of 3 649 pieces of gear tomorrow in the vault. Sell them out for 2.5 mil. Boom, free last tab. Sort of, yeah. Yeah, in a roundabout way. +1, -1. Excluding the last 3 weeks of my life farming Mechanicas. But yeah, I get what you mean. One tier 8 delve and the world boss is some easy alt gearing. Yeah, this dude, I've 623, 649. This dude will get a 649 piece of gear tomorrow. I'd need to do a couple more bountiful delves, I think, on this dude at tier 8. Probably 3 more to bump this up. That would also push this into here. I don't know if I want to do more bountiful delves particularly. The reason is, as I'm thinking that I should probably do delves on a couple of characters just to make the seasonal journey a little bit more easy to complete. It's the if you purely do delves on one character, you get about halfway. And then you're like, well, I'm now just purely doing this for flipping, you know, to fill a bar. Whereas if I gear up a couple of characters initially via delves, I'll chunk away at this a little bit more easily. Not that I think there's really a huge amount of stuff here that you may now purchase 2 restored coffee keys a week. Mog. Veteran 1 out of 8 Warbound equipment for alts.
You need something?
Is that what this is now? Where's it gone? No, this is all the cosmic. It's going to be year, isn't it? Yeah. 623 is your delve catch-up gear for when you need it. Unironically, unlocking the 623 catch-up gear might be really helpful for filling the gaps on those rare killing alts, maybe possibly, without me really having to do much on them. Maybe, possibly, maybe. Don't even know. But yeah, one tier 8 delve and a world boss each week is not bad for just like a few little bits and bobs here and there. Right, let's go kill some rares. In fact, before we go kill some rares, let's go check blacksmithing work orders as we're in the city. Wow, they're all a bit stinky, eh? Ooh, they're less stinky. We take those. Telling you, don't snooze on enchanting patron orders. I make more money off enchanting patron orders than I do basically any other. Probably if the goal is lots of alts, doing 4 delves might be more efficient. It's less vault and a longer stretch, but you gear up double the amount at a time. Yeah. 4 is, I think, the sweet spot. But it's kind of a little bit catch-22, right? This dude is 623 right now, and I can just about do bountiful 8s with him with this gear. Just about do bountiful 8s. I certainly am not going to be able to do 11s with this dude. So I'm not going to be getting any gilded crests or anything along those lines with this dude, not yet. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's an alt. Treat it like an alt. Of course, don't be a pussy. Hey, there's a significant problem. There's a significant problem with that skill and my lack of it. Go holy with tank brand. It looks good on 8s with season 1 gear. Oh, I don't know my ass from my elbow playing holy. I've never played holy, and I'm not about to start. Right, let's go kill some rares. Either way. Let's kill some rares. We ain't getting any mechanicas if we're not killing rares. I do have a bunch of weeklies I need to kill. I should probably make sure I've killed the Dark Fuse dude on at least every one of my characters, shouldn't I? Let's grab a canister and go do Dark Fuse, if nothing else, on all of my alts. At least until we get the mount, we should be killing that every time.
Keep it down.
Not to mention, it also is
Stick to the
theorized to have a much higher drop chance of Mechanicas in the first place. Swigs is up. Go nuke Swigs. Where you at? Or you're already dead. You're already dead. Oh, less dots. I think I got a tag on it. Did we tag it? Tagged. Nice. What's his name? Dark Fuse rare. Cause Renown 6 and a canister. Insert the canister. Go. If you want in on the Dark Fuse rare, boys and girls, now's the time to join up. Now's the time to join up. I'm going to quickly grab a drink real fast. Did an 11 on my Shaman with 626 gear. Yeah, but Shamans look cracked right now. So I'm not surprised. I think an alt can get 7 or 8 629 pieces by going to the Renowned Quartermasters. There's a quick, nice little start there. In fact, that's probably a good point. If you're willing to spend some of your resonance crystals, yeah. Have you seen the amount of resonance crystals you need to collect everything, though? This is my biggest problem right now. It's like 500,000 resonance crystals you need to get all of the stuff. I need to start buying the pets and the mounts and making that short list shorter. Because by the end of the expansion, we're going to need them. I'm certainly by no means expecting to be able to get all of the mogs this expansion, because they're taking the piss with the costs. But like 10,000 for a flipping single 10,000 resonance crystals for a single transmog set is wild. Plus, obviously, yeah, I know, you can turn Weathered Crests into, like, some basic gear and stuff like that. There's lots of things you can do on alts. I'm just, like, going hardcore lazy mode. Mount. Oh, never lucky. Never lucky. Right. We're going to start cheesing some streamer luck here. I need Magno spawn. Anybody got a Magno spawn? Anybody invite me for a Magno spawn? We're going to go start group. We're going to go Magno. Need summon. Go. Anybody able to summon Magno? Obviously, anybody that isn't able to summon Magno is able to join the group, but we need at least somebody to summon the dude. We got to get these rares killed. $6.29 crests with all the renowned turning quests, and then crafting the blue recipes with them. Oh, I see. Right, yeah, because you get a whole bunch of freebie quests from the... Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you are actually spot on. Even the... well, let's not forget I'm renowned 20 with these dudes now, so I get, like, all of the rewards for all of this, which is amasses a shitload real fast, plus an enchanted rune crest on every ult, like, instantly. Oh, Sal's up. No, less dots. Oh, flip. Flip! Flip a switch. Come on, somebody's got to be able to summon Magno on the Horde on the EU. Surely somebody can summon Magno. Who's
What now?
Who's Bilgewater this week? Somebody's got to be Bilgewater. Isn't Bilgewater the ones that people have been doing flipping for the pets? Somebody else is thinking about it. Need a Bilgewater. Who's Bilgewater this week? Bilgewater has the easiest world quests for the rep farming. Does it? One of the reasons I decided to level the sub factions, choose a different one each week for the first 4 weeks, is to basically get access to the different world quests. But I also wasn't really suspecting that the grind to 20, I'd finish it in like less than 3 weeks. I kind of overshot. I put more effort into the rep farm than I was expecting to. But yeah, I've pretty much been doing a few basic bits and bobs on this dude, just so that, you know, he can kill rares a bit faster. Nothing particularly special though. Jabba the dog, hello, welcome in. Hope you're well. Have we seriously got nobody that's Bilgewater this week? Oh, hello. 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 Yes.
You need me? I hear ya.
Oh wait, Bilgewater isn't the pirate. Whoops. Oh.
I'll get it done.
Okay. Whoops. Same piece of gear. Seriously? Nobody builds water this week? Dead game already. Alright, okay. Well, standing around like a fool isn't killing any rares whatsoever, so I guess that approach maybe isn't working. Let's go kill some regular rares all the same. And let's just hope that we get some of this popping up at some point. The concept for me, or the reality for me, I should probably better say, is that it's very, very clear that most people are paying basically zero attention to killing rares in the zone. Because you're not finding, like, if the general player base had any real concern to do it, there'd be like dedicated rare groups and all that sort of stuff as well. Now, people only really seem to be doing the scrap farming. They seem to be doing the bit of scrap farming, grinding out maybe some 2x4 farming at the top for Dark Fuse rep. That really seems to be most of it. 2x4 Dark Fuse rep grind, for example, look. Bring your pots and pylons. Let's hop in a scrap farm. Usually a good way to both grind some rares. Oh my god, it's literally Magno in this group. The irony. It is as well. Perfect timing. Perfect group to join. Doing it in a raid will scuff up the weekly reward, but it'll still work. How come I can't find your group? Is it because of Alliance Horde? Yeah, I play Horde these days. If you're Alliance, the group might not show. But I've I should have delisted it by now. Right, this box will get it to 100. Boom. Doge. Metal Doge. Down he goes. Nice. Back to farming the scrap then. Where is everybody? Down at Pigeonville. Although it actually looks like they might have finished that one. Argent Dawn, 2 of the mechanic amounts are listed for 6.5 mil and 1 of them for 4. Well, I think people who are getting them are comparing them against what's listed, not just on their realm, but across the entire region. The Rocket one, there's a lot more people that have it, and the competition on he who has the cheapest price seems to be going down by the day. But a few people are slowly selling them at that sort of price. This dude does not have the setup of these. Maybe I do already have these.
Ugh, not again.
Well, the bar is there, I'm just not using it.
Get that out of here.
It's not necessarily the most productive way of farming up the Dark Fuse rep, but with flipping hell, I'm stuck in combat. But scrapping whilst hunting down rares kind of is a nice wombo combo for me at the moment. Dark Fuse rep slowly but surely, but simultaneously also many chances at Mechanica every day. I was trying to get out of combat there to go and kill the rare, but I'm stuck in combat again. Who's summon? Who am I stuck in combat with? Oh, you forget how luxurious it is to easily feign death. You miss it when you don't have it. My theory as well is that killing the rares on a Tuesday should also technically be slightly easier, because there's a lot of people that won't need or see the need to kill the rares, because they'll be like, oh, I'll kill the rare this week. Vivi's up as well. Whoa, actually nuked. Lol. Stupid barrels. Okay. Trash pile up there.
Not again. Not again.
Yeah, we get cola cans, we might get some vintage ones, we get market research, and we slowly kill a bunch of rares on a bunch of alts every day. Nice little wombo combo. Not the most efficient way of doing any single one of those activities, but doing all three at once in itself seems efficient to me.
1 minute left on this one. Finish it up.
Need to remember to keep this buff up. Dig faster with this buff. I mean, we can technically spread the love as well. Get everybody digging faster if I'm feeling generous.
Bag it up. We're done scrapping this one.
Deleted. Oh, is that actually Nitro? Is that actually going to be Nitro? It's a group sync one, which is usually reliable. Oh, well, it was Nitro. He lasted 4 seconds. That's another thing. As more people get more and more geared, these rares are lasting literal seconds. If you're not at the spawn, they're just dead. Not so much the weekly ones, but like the daily ones just get obliterated. I'm really surprised Blizzard didn't put like a 30-second immunity window on them. But that leads me back to my previous point that I don't think most people really care about killing the rares. Because the rares don't, as far as most are concerned, the rares don't really give anything. They only give their, you know, tiddly little bit of rep. Most people also aren't really bothered about the rep. They're, they have, you know, they have the catch-up gear on them. They have a little few bits of mog on them, but nothing like sizably worth hunting for most people. They need to just put the rares on a 5-minute circuit so you can join in and leave whenever you want. Well, they did that in Dragonflight, didn't they? Like 10.1 or whatever it was, or 10.0.5, or, you know, early in Dragonflight, they had all of the zone rares. There was like that 30. There was a bunch of them that were on like every 30 minutes a rare would spawn in a different zone, sort of thing. Honestly, I'm not so much of a fan of that, because it did literally mean that people would cluster up, nuke down a rare, and then just fly and then wait 30 minutes for another rare to spawn. In that regards, I think it was just too long of a wait. And there was people that literally spent all day trying to kill those rares. So maybe there's a happy medium somewhere along the lines there, but I'm not so keen of them being put on a circuit, because then it kind of does make them sort of, I don't know. I like the fact that they're rare in terms of the fact that you do kind of have to wait for them to spawn a bit. But I do think when they do spawn, there should be a little bit more of a... This is why I think an immunity window, a 30-second, a 60-second immunity window, gives players the chance to, oh, this rare has spawned. Gives players a chance to come and tag it and get to it. I mean, VV, for example, with about 4 million health, that's like 2 global cooldowns to, you know, some classes. It just gets nuked. Like, absolutely obliterated. But it's one of those problems that it's only a problem if you're trying to farm the rares, and I don't think really most people are trying to farm the rares. I think I'm in a very, 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 very elite little crew of people that care about killing the rares. Most people couldn't give a damn.
Yeah, it happens sometimes. Can you not? Wait, that's not one of yours. Wrap it up. I ain't spending more than another minute here.
In Wildstar, each zone rare was a mini world boss. I mean, that's pretty much what they are, even at this point. Like, because of the way that their health scales, it's just the fact that they don't last long enough for enough people to jump on them in this zone. The daily ones die too fast. And without like any immunity window, 1 or 2 players just nuke it to 0 before they get the chance to scale. Find it weird how people are like practically ignoring the trash though that spawns on these now. People have sort of figured out that you don't really actually need to kill the trash. And the more time you spend trying to kill the trash, the less time you spend picking away. Which I think is quite funny. Why have I got quests to hand in here? What are you?
Interesting.
Oh, sure.
Time's a wasting.
Farming Black Fuse rep, got them to Revered last night. Yeah, I'm at a similar position. I'm at Revered now. I've got the final. Well, I say the final. For me, it's not so much about the final rep grind. Getting them to Exalted is my barrier to entry. I want to get them to Exalted as fast as possible. Not because... I mean, the cloak is, you know, the Matrix coat's really cool. Not strictly because I want the Matrix coat, though, but more because I want to start farming Paragon boxes. Because the Paragon boxes obtain the goodies I'm really after. This is what I'm slightly worried about, that people are... people's interest in this will dwindle massively. Now, these groups aren't super duper mega useful, other than it does mean you can mostly AFK them. We did talk about this earlier. You can kind of get the box for the market research to spawn basically solo now. But my actual goal is to not just get them to Exalted, but to start farming Paragon boxes, which I think are 10,000 rep a piece. Or should I say passively farm the Paragon boxes whilst I'm still continuing to do my daily rare kills. What are these treasures? Let's grab these while we're here. Because each one of these is worth a market research, plus the overflowing ones are worth even more. Chance of Mechanicas in these by themselves, plus the Mog, plus all of the goodies. Loads of reason to be picking these up. This is the thing, I kind of just quite like the little gameplay loop of this. You know, there's quick little injections of opportunity to make gold. I mean, the cola cans directly can give you the little dinosaur pet. Now, of course, the dinosaur pets are going to be super flooded on the market before too long. But the vintage cola cans give you the 2 additional, slightly rarer, slightly more lucrative pets, which you can get those periodically as you're farming. You know, it all kind of ties in quite neatly. I like. With enough ults, you could end up getting 1 to 2 Mechanicas a day. Well, I already get a couple of Mechanicas a day, but my aim is to, while still being on a predominantly single account, to try and get that number. Either to be able to get the same amount of Mechanicas in less actual active time spent, or to spend the same amount of time and increase the amount of them that can be obtained. Is this one bugged? Why can we not whack it? There we go. I think I posted 31 cola can pets yesterday. Well, there's going to be a big influx of them with everybody farming up this rep right now. Because you're either farming it 2x4, just mass killing things, or you're taking the slightly more slow and steady approach by doing it via trash farming. I'm going the trash farming route. It's not as quick. But it's in my eyes, it's a wombo combo. and I prefer doing a bit of a wombo combo than just purely laser focusing one thing. Well, that's maybe why people are not aggroing them, isn't it? That's really annoying. There's me trying to help the group out by killing the ads. And I get my ass handed to me. Quite literally. Not even a res? Not even a res. Before we go to the next pile, let's have a quick see if rats is up. No rats. Let's try Sal. Sal's up. I think that might be a little bit of a mini goal for me, you know. I might want to get my second mount, which is 50... It's going to be 50 Mechanicas, and what we're on, 37. I might try and get my 50th Mechanica to get the second mount. And then we might do something like go play the Division for a week or something. Take a little bit, like, we've gone super hard on 11.1 so far. And I think it's probably sensible to break it up a little bit before we go insane. Because we'll still be able to reap the rewards of our efforts. If we get that second mount, we can try and get that sold. Not that I've sold the first one yet, to be fair, but once you've got them, it's just a matter of selling them. Flipping doodah. We're getting our ass handed to us here. Legion lockbox farming time. What were the lot boxes you had to farm for the insane title? Were they heavy steel boxes or something? I never did it, but I can definitely see the similarities. We not killed Beaky Boy. Let's go see if Beaky Boy's alive. Didn't really mean to pull the entire zone. I love the burst damage of Ret though. I tell you, I'm obviously Hunter for life these days, but like I really am enjoying the burst of Ret. It's very pleasing.
Take them if you want them. I'm not gonna use them.
Oh, Thwack is up. Boom. Get nuked. Where have we headed to? In the middle. In the middle. Oh, shit. Garbage is up again. If you open the Legion lockboxes on level 10, you end up getting twink gear. Yeah, that's one market I've never really fully understood. It's so outrageously niche that I've, for the longest time, assumed it's kind of a bit of a circle jerk situation, that I don't really believe there actually is a market there. Plus, it's so subjective when it comes to value of that sort of stuff, because to the right person, it's worth everything. To everybody else, it's worth absolutely nothing. So it's you know, what the hell are you doing all the way over there? But it's one of those, if you kind of know what you're doing, I'm sure it's very lucrative. Worst case, it ends up just being Mog. Yeah, over the years, I've developed a very love-hate relationship with transmog in general. I think it's one of the biggest baits in goal making, and always kind of have had a similar opinion. That the outrageously ludicrous prices of some of it allows for just ungodly level clickbaity thumbnails. Whilst I'm not strict, the reason that the issue I've always had with transmog is not that it's a way to make gold. I've always had the issue with how it's been sold as a way to make gold. It's always touted as like the, oh yeah, you could make millions doing this thing, and it's like, no, you can get stuff that is, you know, you can get stuff that an add-on tells you is worth millions. It's worth flipping pennies, and it's worth nothing till you've sold it, though. That's the issue. And the reality is that by the time you have actually sold most of it, the amount of time you spent farming it in the first place is, it's poor. Like, it's tragic level actual gold making. But sunk cost fallacy kicks in, and by the time you've spent the, I reckon most transmog in the game gets eaten up by the mailbox monster, literally more than anything else. I think the mailbox monster is responsible for munching up more transmog than actually gets sold. And by that I mean that there are people that will farm transmog for ages, get a huge, great big list of transmog they list every single day, and get so disheartened with the entire system that it all just rots in a mailbox and 30 days later gets deleted. There's only a handful of people, I think, who get rich from transmog. Student is one, and it's questionable how much gold he actually really makes from transmog. He makes a lot of gold, but he also spends literally every hour of every day virtually farming the stuff. So like when you spend 10 years doing something, it's kind of bad mojo if you don't end up with lots of gold doing it. And then there's the people that flip transmog. Those people end up with like another level kind of gold making. The K-Chak approach, right? Buy something that's highly available right now, that's in heavy demand, buy all of it, not just some of it, buy all of it, throw it in a guild bank, and then worry about it in 18 months' time when the supply of it's completely fizzled out. that approach to transmog is like uber level goal making. But that really is playing the long game. Real long game approach. Proactively farming dungeons to find rare items to try and make gold with, I think, is a massive fallacy. Big old placebo pill, that one. Twink forums and discords have certainly gone a little bit more quiet with the end of the Time Walking event, but the whole Fury Warrior thing brought a decent amount of people to it. Sure, yeah, that's that probably will do. It comes it comes in waves. A couple of years ago, Zanzafol actually made a bunch of videos on low-level twinking, and they ended up like performing really well for him. They were at a point some of his most viewed videos, and so it shows that periodically there is interest in it. It's a very niche little market, but there's definitely people that not only care but care a lot about it.
Shovels down. We'll come back to this one later.
Who have we still got to kill? Grimewick, Rats, and Scrapbeak. Wait, hang on. Is that... whoa, game. Is that Magno? Is this the Magno kill we were trying to do for so long? Whoa, no, hang on. Hang on. I have actually technically already killed it, haven't I? It's not accounted for on my list, though, because we're in a raid group, and it tracks the world quest. This add-on tracks the world quest, which doesn't tag itself as completed if you do it in a raid group. So I have killed Magno. I am kind of at the point, though, where... Whoa, hang on, that's not what I want to do. If we leave the party on that one, I might just be able to quickly realm hop and get these last 3 rares, and then we can move on to the new character. People like being OP. Every now and then with scaling changes, certain items allows for stupid DPS relative to level, and then when it happens, the market goes ham. Made tens of millions on 101 Twinks. But not only because I was way ahead of the curve, was trying to make my own 101 as OP as possible. See, this is it, right? It's people that get into the market and figure out what's good for themselves that then have the best idea. This is why it's probably why it's a market I've never really cracked into all that much. For that exact reason, that I did make a level 11 twink through Dragonflight at some point, but it's not really a gameplay loop that I've ever got into. But you're right, people love getting just absolutely super OP and just dunking on whatever content it is they're doing. It's why, to this day, I still think technically Torghast was one of the best little side hustle mini-games that they produced, because it allowed players to do exactly that. It allowed players to get hella overpowered and just absolutely slam and do some absolutely ridiculous things. There was no question about it. It was quite fun. Take the mandatory grind away from it, and it was quite a cool little game mode, but Before Undermine, I was spending about 80% of my time in WoW gearing twinks. Got pretty deep into it. Yeah, I can see the appeal. Definitely see the appeal. Go on, give me some rats. Dumpster. Well, if the dumpster's directly outside, that's as good as a rare kill. Oh, it's not a dumpster. The dumpster's over here. Oh, spawned on my home realm. What do you know? Who's the last one? Scrappy boy.
Not much of a sportsman myself, but I have some boomball tickets. Take them if you want them. I'm not gonna use them.
One thing I do enjoy, though, is the fact that there are so many niche little areas of this game where there's like these pockets of communities that are just like hyper passionate about certain things. It's so rare to see that in gaming in general. Within a certain game, that is. Like this is where sort of it showcases that World of Warcraft has done like an incredible job of actually being an MMO. That in most circumstances, a game has a very clearly advertised target market, and anybody outside that target market just doesn't really fit. But WoW's done incredible over the years for like diversifying this. Alright, you're not here either. Whoa, what was that realm name? Some Russian realm. No pink flamingos on any of these realms. Groganash, wherever that is. Ah, damn, missed a trick. Dead pigeon. Guess we just rotate through them again. They're auto accept groups, so there's no harm. There we go. Okay. Right, that's this dude then, for the week, mostly done. Unless, do I have any desire to run any more delves on this dude? Just to try and get him an extra option. This fella is on I'd need to do a couple more tier 8 delves, I think, to get a second 649 option. Is it worth bothering? Or should I just put all my eggs in one basket and hope that that 649 doesn't clash with one we already have? That said, I don't think a single 649 is going to literally be an upgrade for any single piece of gear we have right now, so I guess we can't lose. Oh, gold. Mage time. Let's check the auction house actually while we do this. Level 20 items will also be in demand due to the heavy PvP for free-to-play accounts as well. The free-to-play aspect of this game always interests me as well. We see that a lot in gold making. The fact that you see people who are like, how do I make some gold without having the current expansion? And not to completely dismiss the option entirely. It's very easy to like... It's very easy to dismiss that questions, because the reality is that there are people with the expansion, the current expansion, that struggle to make gold. To even have the belief that you can make a sizable amount of gold without even having the current expansion to begin with is a bit wild in my opinion. But I mean, I guess at the end of the day, you can't you know, don't hate the player, hate the game sort of thing. But I'd definitely put forward the idea that any form of gold making without the current expansion is going to be like so tragic. There's stuff you can do, but like I certainly wouldn't advise it. Farm transmog for K-Jack, please do.
Shovels down. We'll come back to this one later.
That's all the people with the current expansion. That's all the people that are hyper spamming the current expansion. Swigs. Swigs is worth a pew. It's definitely possible to make good gold without the current expansion. They're just all obscure niches and tend to be grindy. I mean, yeah, if you dig through dirt for long enough, you'll find something valuable. But it's like I said, my perspective on it more so than anything is I can't recommend it. Like, yes, there are ways for you to spend your time in which the number will go up, but flipping hell, like the number's not going to go up very far, and it's certainly not going to do it very fast. Now, of course, it's relative. Like, if you've got 10,000 gold, making another 10,000 gold has magically doubled the total gold that you own, and so there is obviously an element of perspective here for sure. But like, it's the concept that people that don't even have the expansion want to somehow then be able to make enough gold to play the game for free. And I'm like, you're mad. You're mad. Like, if that was possible, nobody would buy the get. Like, you know, it's the concept of that even being feasible. Like, economically, that's a bit, you know, doesn't make sense. For about a year, I paid for my WoW sub with gold, but without the expansion. It was stressful, though. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you have to ask the question, are you actually playing a game for the enjoyment of playing the game, or are you playing the game to get your next month of not playing the game? Like, this is the vicious circle I always try and advise people against when it comes to farming. Don't farm gold in order to get a token's worth of gold and then cash it out. That's the worst thing you can do, in my opinion. Like, if you can't proactively take your credit card out of your pocket and pay the monthly subscription for the game, you probably shouldn't be playing the game, is my sort of like baseline rule. Being able to play the game, enjoy gold making, and make enough gold so that you can also supplement the monthly subscription with your fun, fine, go ahead, you do you. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that whatsoever. But the worst thing I see is people trying to proactively grind gold to get across that threshold so that they can cash it all out to make a token. And those guys just get stuck in a loop. And it's of absolutely no surprise that you don't see those players sticking around very long. Because they do it for 1 month. They do it at the beginning of the expansion, and they're like, oh, it only took me 5 hours of farming to buy a token. This is easy. And then they don't do any farming at all for the next 20 days. And then you get the posts on WoW Economy where it's like, I've got 10 days to make 300,000 gold. How do I do this? Well, what have you got? Nothing. Okay, sure. You know, those players don't last very long trying to do that because they just get stuck in this vicious circle where it's just an unachievable thing to try and do. The best way to play this game for free is to have 10 million gold and to be able to use that gold in order to make more gold by buying and selling. But you can't, outside of that, realistically play the game for free otherwise.
Better shovel harder. 1 minute and we are...
And the way when I talk about playing the game for free, it's like you take that 10 million gold and you spend 5 of it on buying materials when they're cheap, and then you forget about it for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and then you sell that 5 million gold worth of materials for like 6 million gold, and there you go, 3 months of game time, done. That's truly playing the game for making enough gold to play the game for free. If it takes you 20 hours a month to farm up the gold, are you really playing the game for free at that point? I would argue you're spending more on the game than somebody that takes their credit card out their pocket. Because the reality is, for most people, if you took $10 out of their wallet, they probably wouldn't notice. Now, I know that rule doesn't strictly apply everywhere, but...
Nothing good left in this pile. On to the next one.
10 mil's the minimum now. To truly not really have to do anything in a goal making perspective, yes, I think so. Because let's say you spend 5 million gold. You spend 5 million gold. You achieve about a 20% return on that investment. You have to wait about 3 months from buying it until you sell it to get your return on investment. And that 3-month duration is paid for by that 20% margin you make. That million gold you make by doing that flip covers the cost of that 3-month duration. So at that point, you're kind of playing the game for free. As, you know, the time it took you to buy the materials and then sell them again is minimal in that regards. So I'd probably say it's more closer to about 5 to 6 million gold, really, in that regards, to like truly actually play the game for free. Oh my lord, there's a lot of lag at the moment. Somebody must be killing the world boss. as we've already previously discussed, having that 5 to 6 million gold in the first place is not particularly easy if you're building it from like literally zero. Secondly, the knowledge of what to do and when to do it is very easy to say in hindsight. But let's say you only have 6 million gold and you end up spending all of that going back to zero in the hope that that 6 million gold will be sold for about a 20%, you know, return on that investment to give you the gold you need to pay for the game time that it takes to do it is hella risky in the first place. A 100% investment is ludicrously stupid. So to be able to safely do that without it really being of much concern to you, that 6 million actually needs to be more like 25, 50, 60 million, you know?
Take them if you want them. I'm not gonna use them.
So I genuinely think there's actually very, very few players out there that do truly actually play the game for free. But of course, it's the pipe dream, right? That's what everybody strives to achieve. Oh my god, there's so much lag. I literally can't press buttons and have it do anything. This makes using CC very difficult. When I press a button and nothing happens for about 6 seconds. Okay. Well, it went down, but it wasn't pleasant. Look how flipping slow the server's going. Oh god. I think it's actually a good challenge, and to me it's not unrealistic. You could do it purely flipping easily, but you could also do it crafting. You just need to spot the niches and do the analysis. Stuff like engineering crafts for pilfering are great margins. The the crowd pummel amount, I think that's one of those that is shaping up to be a purely evergreen market. And I think those who are spending a bunch of time during this expansion, while it's kind of, you know, hot, figuring out all of their rates and doing a bunch of testing and making sure that, you know, their data's tracked and they know their numbers, will be able to take full advantage of that for like years to come. Because look at comparatively, look at the complexity of pilfering for parts and making the crowd pummeler. Look at the complexity difference of that to like Vial of the Sands back in the day, right? Vial of the Sands that has a very strict, these materials make this thing. The only way you could sort of cheese Vial of the Sands was some shenanigans with like being transmutation spec or something. But like fundamentally it has a very strict, this is the cost to craft it, this is how much you can hope to sell it for. Whereas the pummeler has got so many quite literally moving parts, and every single item is like has a slightly different pilfer rate, and knowing what items you should be crafting, what items you should be pilfering, what percentage you expect to get by, you know, there's so much more to it. Do the maths on that now. It will be a nice little earner for you literally forever. Got Mechanica from the trash pile rare for the first time. You can, yeah. Galagio Sport has a chance. He's actually got one of the lowest chances on them, by the way. But he does have a chance all the same. Tally's apparently up. Yes, not a lie. Might have pulled a little bit more than... Oh my god. And so I'm fixing that by pulling yet more. Didn't think this one through, did I? Okay, well, I think Demon Hunter came to the rescue there quite aggressively. Whoops! Hey, if it works, right? You can pill for stuff like Thorburn widgets, copper bolts, etc. Yeah, exactly. This is the thing. There's so much sort of cross-pollination from the expansions on that one that realistically, the best way to do it is actually to, you know, have a bunch of those materials, copy them over to the PTR, do your testing there. You don't really want to be doing any too much aggressive number crunching or testing on live servers because, you know, then your gold is at risk. Take them over to the PTR, do your pilfering there, get your data sorted. This is something that I know K-Chak's probably done a bunch of it already, but I also don't see him doing too much along those lines. It's probably on his to-do list. But getting some data on the pilfer rates for all of that sort of stuff is very valuable information, I think, for the future. Flipping up. Just let me in the box. There we go. Odds on Vivi still being alive? 0. I'd say 0. Especially the way that dude zoomed. Oh my god. It's not 0. Oh my god, if I... Flipping hell, I nearly fat fingered the tag then. Holy. In fact, I'm not even sure I did get the tag on that. Server lag might have fucked me on that one. I was trying to cast a flipping... tried to cast a frostbolt when a mob has like 0 health. I didn't even get the tag. Flipping hell. What an absolute dum-dum. Alright, I tried. Right, I've got to take a quick bathroom break, boys and girls. Entertain yourselves for a couple. I'll be back in 2. Remember when you could just craft shards for a month and make a shred amount? I enjoyed professions when they weren't so complicated. It wouldn't work today though. This is the big problem. That sort of stuff for the most part doesn't work anymore. Now obviously that's maybe not strictly the case with something like a daily craft that takes 30 of a thing, so basically a 1 per month sort of situation. I mean, that scenario might slightly, but the only reason that might still work is because it's a crafted item that would go on individual servers. The big reason why a lot of this is something that's really difficult conceptually to try and wrap your head around. I know I've struggled with this a bit, but the fact that it's crafting cannot be as simple as it used to be because competition has greatly increased. Now that most items that are worth their salt crafting are crafted and sold on the region-wide auction house, materials included. If crafting was as simple as it was, in the good old days, you think there'd be profit on anything? No. You would not be able to extract a penny from anything because the crafting system of the past was way too simplistic and way too easy to optimize for. Only because things like resourcefulness, multi-craft, variancy in materials, concentration, these added variables to crafting these days are the only reason when selling at such a wide scale you can squeeze out any potential margin from time to time. And look how difficult even today it is to generally try and squeeze that margin out. With all those loops that you have to jump through, with all those extra variables to take into consideration, still, when you're selling on a region-wide scale, it becomes very difficult to actually extract margin. If it was 2 herbs plus 1 vial equal flask, you ain't got no chance that there's going to be a single copper of margin in that ever. It would entirely be based upon he who gets his materials cheapest. And the problem we had with that back in the day was the fact that, well, guess who gets their materials cheapest? Bots, right? People bot during the night, they craft a bunch of shit during the day, and then they sell it and they claim to win. And they can then technically sell below crafting cost because it didn't really cost them anything, not even time. We've seen far less of an impact from bots in the last 2 expansions because this added complexity blurs the lines a lot more. And I think more than anything these days, those who put the effort in are rewarded. That's something to take into consideration, that he who puts in more effort wins these days. He who figures out what his actual true crafting costs are, whether that be by making a sheet themselves or slinging K-Chat, however much it is a month, for his copy of his sheet, that scenario is he who works hardest does win in that regard. $250 a month, big money. Big money. Is that how much I'm paying you on Patreon? Fuck me. I need to check with my accountant. But the point still stands, is that there's a skill gap. There's a skill gap now, and with that skill gap in place, it means if you try harder, you win, and if you put basically 0 effort in, you get 0 effort out. Which, not saying that you could put 0 effort in previously, but that being able to go that extra mile is the gameplay for a lot of players. Whereas previously professions were something you leveled them up on the first day of the patch, the first day of the expansion. Oh, I wonder if anybody wants this. Why won't it let me post that? I'm going to annoy people in the raid now because there's somebody trying to sell it, and I'm going to ask people to raid roll for it. Bash with an 86. Where's Bash? He ran away. Don't be running away. How much does that mount usually go for? I don't try and sell it. I just get people in the raid to roll for it. Quite simply because I don't need the gold. It is quite common though for when one drops for people to try and sell it and to get... I mean, I got a whisper there, somebody saying they'd buy it, but I'd rather just roll it off. Oh, another flipping hell. Professions at this time may be the best thing that Blizzard's done in the last 25 years. I'm really thinking that Midnight might be like the crescendo, the point where they really get this system like properly tuned. I've seen
Is that your wallet?
we've gone through
You was glad to
Dragonflight
see me.
where it was
Both, I hope.
Dragonflight felt very rushed. Obviously in Dragonflight the entire system was revamped, and so they were doing an awful lot. There wasn't the polish in Dragonflight on the profession system that it really needed, and then they went and they flip-flopped about like rules and regulations around orders and stuff like that. Do you provide materials? Do you not? Do you have to give all of them? Can you give some? It was a mess. They've sort of started to smooth things over a little bit this expansion. And I'm hoping now that when we move into Midnight, if they're sensible, they will sort of like take the reins off a little bit more and go back to providing a little bit more flexibility, taking out some of the unnecessary links in the chain, which we've already seen happen, such as the crests, for example, no longer being made by enchanters. Just removing sort of an unnecessary step in the process for people making crafted gear. I've got pretty strong opinions on other things they could potentially do as well. But I think the reality is that, you know, we might in Midnight see like a nicely smoothed out, nicely polished system for crafting, which would be very nice. Cha-ching with the 14 months. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I was halfway through a TED talk. I didn't miss it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Just curious about the price. Bought it yesterday for 20k gold. Want to see if I got scammed. Well, I mean, you know, you paid 20k. You were clearly willing to pay 20k. Somebody was willing to sell it to you for 20k. It's the I give them away personally, but that's only because I can't be bothered trying to sell them. It's entirely each individual's prerogative to sell it or vendor it for 50 gold. . It's kind of entirely up to them. They did the They killed the boss. They got the loot. It's up to them what they do with it. I just can't be bothered. People were buying it for 300 to 500k the first week, so 30k is fine. Yeah, people were paying big bucks for it the first week. Then they hotfixed the... I'm going to be honest, I genuinely think that people don't realise how common it is to get that thing. And if you plan on doing much in the new zone in any way, shape or form, you're inevitably going to end up shoveling an awful lot of trash. Meaning you're going to come across a bunch of them anyway. With how it was when the patch launched, where Galagio, you had to kill him you had to, he had a 1% spawn rate and then a 1% drop rate. That's where potentially getting 1, never mind 2, was a complicated business. And it's of no surprise that people were paying big bucks for them then, but now he drops that thing like candy. It doesn't really matter. Is Sal or Magno up? I need both of these ones. We've only got 4. I'm wondering, when we get down to just 4 rares, I'm kind of at the point there where I might just leave the group and just do some realm hopping to get the last 4 kills quickly. Technically, I'm starting to feel that if I really wanted to bang rares out double fast, I just realm hop. Realm hop like an absolute machine. It actually works in my favour, I think, that the world boss is like a once-a-week kill. This kind of means I suspect there'll be plenty of groups for it up, just like semi-permanently. It won't be a case of that people will just spam it on 20 ults every week until they've got all the mog they want and then never touch it for the rest of the patch. I think it will be kind of on forefront of people's minds to at least kill the world boss once a week, every week, which should hopefully keep a bunch of groups up for convenient realm hopping, whether you condone the activity or not. Ooh, Grimewick. Not getting lucky on these Mechanicas today. We had only 1 again today so far. Plenty of market research though so far. Every hour we spend, we're slowly chipping away at that market research. I've just realised I'm chilling and my microphone's about a mile away from my face. Rats, Sal, and Thwack. Right, yeah, when we get down to 3, I think it's probably sensible to just realm hop to get them, isn't it? So let's go check Sal. We can realm hop quickly to snag 3 kills. You don't want to be doing it for all of them though, because realm hopping's a bit of hard work. Who we got? That said, there's only 1 realm to hop to right now. If there's only 1 realm to hop to, let's check all 3 rares quickly. Who else was the other one we needed? Rat, Sal, and Thwack. Totally not necessary to kill every rare on each ult, but... Proudmoore, that's a new realm. No Thwack. Sal's dead. Oh, wait, what? We got merged. Flipping hell happened there. Well, who cares? I got a rat's kill. I'll tell you what, after these ults, I bet they've got, like, weathered Undermine crests I'm capped on. I got 196 carved Undermine crest. Stupid about... I could actually just go and, like, power up a whole bunch of the gear on these ults without even thinking about it. Since we got merged, did we get merged to somewhere that has Sal up or even Thwack? Just by purely doing dumpsters and killing rares for a couple of weeks. I am more strongly starting to believe that this is verging quite deep into sweaty play. Very, very sweatier play. Who's this? Duratan? Never flipping heard of it. There he is. What do you mean? Wait, what? Huh? Where'd he go? Where'd he go? Was that on my home realm? Was he literally just spawning on my main realm? He was. He was. Cheeky. Didn't even need to realm hop. Right, just one dude to go. It's better having some weathered crest crafted gear on some of my guys in Undermine who have less than 10 item levels. Yeah, every little point helps. Ragnaros? Raggy, you're dead. Random ass Russian realm. Never lucky. I think it'd be cool to be able to at least read Russian. With their funky alphabet. My wife can read and speak a little bit of Russian. She studied it at uni. Might get us out of a sticky situation one day, who knows? Not so useful if you can read the alphabet but don't understand a word. Well, true, but... Yeah, being able to pull up the Russian client and go explore their realms. What type of situations are you planning on getting yourself into? Well, you must remember, Haley, I live in Finland, which is next door neighbours with Russia, which currently, not to get too political, currently is not serving very well for some nations. Oh, no groups to hop to. Oh dear, my plan is failing. BlackRock. Sal is evading me. When buying on the Russian realms, I look up the item on Wowhead, then switch the language, then copy the text. Haha, clever. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Join scrap groups. Yeah, I try to just do the main event ones because they're auto-accept groups. I know the trash ones are probably also almost auto-accept, but it still requires somebody to click a button, and I'd rather not interrupt people when I'm clearly just abusing realm hopping. I let TSM do the legwork, use the ID tip to add the items to enable a lookup on Wowhead. Just memorize where stuff is in the UI, reasonably easy when you're used to it. Yeah, I mean, when you live in the auction house, I suspect you can probably do it mostly with your eyes closed anyway. You know, one too many beers, text starts looking a bit Russian anyway. When you start getting that sketch look on you, you can't see straight. Come on, this is the last rare. It's not really... Wait, Ragnaros and... Okay, they're the same ones again. At this point, it's barely worth messing around to kill the one rare. But... this is why I never do anything particularly in an optimal way, because OCD gets in the way of optimization. You know, you can't leave with just one rare left, right? I've done all of the legwork. I can't leave just the one. Bad mojo. I would like some fresh groups for killing the world boss, though. Make it easier. Only able to hop between 3 realms so far. We might have to try a scrap group. Oh, hang on. Cthulhu, wherever the hell that is. Cthulhu and Eridar as options. Never lucky. Flippin' hell, Sal gone on vacation or something? Clearly must have done. I thought that was in then. I thought he was lurking round the corner. And the worst thing is, absolute sunk cost fallacy here. That now I've spent so much time trying to find Sal. If I just quit, then I've wasted all of that time. Irrespective of the fact that I could have logged on to an alt and killed 7 rares in this time. And I'm not even getting any flipping market research doing this either. God damn. God damn son of a gun. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, no, no. Market research. How many we got? 400? 500? 10%. Oh. Hygel, you're a new one. I'm not even convinced that this is sharding me every time. Yeah, that didn't even look like it phased me. Try a change of scenery, see if that helps. Oh, I thought that was it then. Stupid garbage. Alright, we just wait. We just wait. This is why whenever I try and do like multi-box, multitasking kind of stuff though, I'm not very efficient at it because, well, for the simple reason I'm just not very good at multitasking. For example, I think I opened the Auction House account like about an hour ago and then didn't even look at it. Just thinking about it. My mount hasn't sold. Still the only one listed. There's a margin manipulator, an asset advocator, and an innovation investigator, all on Draenor now. One of each. One of each. No competition on any of them though. Time for screen number 4. I looked at monitors. There was an LG monitor that looked nice and spicy. 4K, 240 hertz, 32-inch OLED. Looked very nice. It was on offer for a while. I somewhat regret not buying it. I'm in a catch-22 situation. I know I'm going to bore people to death by talking about graphics cards again, but I'm in a bit of a catch-22 situation in that I don't really want to buy a new monitor until I get a new graphics card, because at this rate I'm not entirely sure which graphics card I'm going to end up with. Because if the 5080 is the card I want, I want a 5080. But at the moment, they're about €400 overpriced, which, you know, €400 goes a long way. I don't really want to get scammed, if I'm brutally honest. Unfortunately, I'm not so convinced that that's going to particularly change all that much, other than there are periodically, like, closer to MSRP cards that go for sale, but they sell out super duper mega fast. So if it ends up being that because the Finnish market will just swallow this €400 premium for too long, I'll just, give up on my idea of getting a 5080. Because I can walk to the store and buy a 5070 right now, for example, and they're €700. They're like less than half the price. So the economist in me says I should just buy a 5070 because it's a nice sizable upgrade from what I have right now. It will last me a couple of years, no problem. And it's not a terrible, not a terrible upgrade. But if I can get a 5080, it's about 20-25% more juicy than a 5070 in, rough early performance numbers. Then I can start justifying also looking at going up to 14. Well, I don't want to go to 1440p. I kind of agree that 4K is kind of overrated, but 1440p just seems pointless because 1440p is also not a natural multiplier of 1080p, which I make video content and stream in 1080p. It doesn't scale very nicely to 1440p, which is why I don't want to use 1440p. I would rather get a more powerful graphics card that can start to support 4K. And I'd even quite like to try streaming in 4K over to YouTube, because it's entirely possible. But yeah, this is hence why I don't want to try and upgrade my monitor particularly until because if I end up with just a 5070, I also then am not going to bother probably upgrading. 1080p. A 5070, to be fair, is getting to the point where it's 1080p is overkill. You probably are better at 1440p, but yeah, no. So I'm stuck in a conundrum at the moment that I can't really do anything until I can secure a graphics card. €400 is a lot of pizza. It is a lot of pizza. The only way up from 1080 is an ultra wide. Well, I also looked at those, but the ultra wides are all 1440. A 5K 2K ultra wide would be fun. But they are like big bucks right now. Big bucks. Yeah, all the ultra wides seem to be 1440p. Or at least 1440 tall, which, as I mentioned, for streaming and content creation, is actually a little bit of an awkward resolution. Now you can scale it, but it starts looking fuzzy and blurry around the edges, which I don't want to do. So yeah, if I make the jump, it's going from 1080 straight to 4K. It's so dumb. I hate sellers markets. It's so dumb. So dumb that you want to give a company your money in exchange for a product, but they won't sell you the product. It's like, fuck. So annoying. So annoying. Lots of the ultra wides are 3440 by 1440. Yeah, exactly. That's it. So like there's more pixels across and there's slightly more pixels up than 1080. But I don't want to be stuck in that scaling issue. I don't know. I love my tech though. This is the thing. It's a real first world problem. It's not actually a problem. Right. You know what's funny? I had another one of those goblin mounts that I didn't even realise. I must have picked up another one. Right, next dude, I guess. Next dude, we killed all the res on this fella. Put the UI elements inside the 1080 bot. Oh dear. It just crop streaming YouTube, because that won't look tragic at all, will it? Yeah, I don't know. Right, killed all the weeklies on this dude. That's a real good start. That's a real solid start. Now we can join a scrap group. Hopefully I'm not blacklisted from these groups for doing too much realm hopping. Not that they'd know it's me, I'm on a different character. I looked at 27-inch 1440p OLEDs, but not really that many available. Also stupid expensive. Yeah, 27 inches are weird. Yeah, they're bringing out... there's 4K 27-inch screens coming out this year. I am kind of the opinion, though, that 27 inches is a bit small for 4K, really. I think at that point you do probably want bigger. Without question, one of the reasons I would want like a 32-inch 4K is just think about, oh my god, you could pack so many WoW windows into that. You know? That's the theory. That's the theory. That's the potential eventuality. 4 1080p WoW, you know, windows on one screen. Now we're cooking. And of course you need a slightly bigger screen to be able to do that. I mean, screw it, I'll just connect my PC's connected to the TV. I tried putting WoW on the TV at one point, just to see how it looked. And annoyingly, it looked really good. Stupidly good, which didn't help my problem, didn't help my dilemma. Because when I play WoW on this screen, it looks trash compared to how it looked when I connected it to the TV. I wish I never did it. It is true. Once you go OLED, you don't go back. And considering I sit looking at this screen 8 to 12 hours a day. There's a reason why my TV is above my regular monitors, so it's just an extra PC screen. Yeah. Yeah, I have a sloped ceiling, like literally right in front of me, because this area is technically above our garage, right? So our garage is downstairs. This is like, it's technically enough space to be, well, we call it the studio, but like it's a side, you know, it's the second floor of our garage basically. But it means that it's, you know, not got proper tall walls. They're sloped on this side. So I mean, you know, I can literally touch the ceiling here, but I could put like a big screen directly there. It'd look really silly. I'd have to drop the desk, and then it would be kind of weird. But yeah, this is why I don't have a standing desk, because my computer can't go any higher, because my cameras, you guys, are literally nearly touching the ceiling already. There's nowhere for it to go. But yeah, if it was a flat wall, it would be more convenient to just put another screen up. But limited by space slightly. Yeah, I thought about pulling the desk out more. But I kind of don't, you know, I kind of don't want like this big gap between my desk and the wall behind it, where, you know, I do cable manage. I'm a bit of a stickler for cable managing, so you can't see any of the cables, but it would still feel a bit weird having the desk kind of like in the middle of the room. I've been using a 48-inch 4K OLED TV as my monitor for years. It's the screen I wanted all my life. I'll never go back to using traditional monitors if I have my choice. Yeah, the OLED TV, the issue you'll have to some degree with the OLED TVs is input latency, because TVs tend to do disgusting amounts of processing to the image. Less so, I mean, to be fair, you can turn most of it off, but that still doesn't change the fact that it's trying to do it in the first place. And the refresh rate of TVs is somewhat problematic.
I'm not gonna use them.
If you can get at least 120 hertz OLED though, yeah, they probably double up nicely as monitors as well. But yeah, I can't lie, I also contemplated that option once upon a time as well. Before we moved here. Do I just get like a 42-inch OLED or something as one screen and just do everything on one screen? I did think about it. I did think about it.
All right, nothing good left in this pile. On to the next.
Is that really an issue for your scenario though? Mostly playing WoW non-FPS games? Yeah, I mean, I don't need super high refresh rates, but the reality is right now my monitor's a 144 hertz monitor now, and I tend not to cap it out with the hardware that I've got. But this is where I thought about the 32-inch 4K OLEDs, like the 240 hertz ones. The concept and the thought process behind that, really, more than anything else, is then that's a monitor that I won't need to replace, like, literally ever. Like, how do you get better than that at this point? If you've got 4K up to 240 hertz to play with, like, even with a high-end current graphics card with all of your DLSS and everything switched on, you know, you're not exceeding the limitations of the monitor at that point. It's a future-proofing thing more than anything. Partly another reason why I don't really want to go 1440p in any way, because I feel that the market is moving past that already. As graphics cards become more capable. To be brutally honest, the only reason I still stick with 1080p is because I stream in 1080p, and that's all that Twitch supports. If I didn't stream anywhere near as much, I'd probably have already made the move to higher resolution. It's weird to think that 1080p is kind of like very much out of date almost now. I mean, it's not, but it sort of, you know, as when you're into tech, it definitely is. Having to fiddle with turning all the TV crap off is a pain, I'll concede you that. TV as a monitor is not a plug-and-play solution. You do have to wade through a bit of jank. Yeah, I used to 15 plus years ago, I used to work in the TV industry. I worked for Sony for a period of time, and one of the biggest things I saw, sort of late plasma LCD era, as we were starting to get like LED TV was starting to be a thing, was that the amount of picture processing these companies do is ludicrous. And so if you were to... There was a point, it's probably no longer the case anymore, but there was a point where if you were to plug a games console into one of these new LED TVs at the time, there was literally like up to 3 seconds of input latency until you started switching all of that stuff off. They were like basically not even fit for purpose to plug a games console into, which was a big problem back then. And then the question becomes that you're buying this higher grade panel to then turn flipping everything off. It was shit show, absolute shit show. But yeah, I get it. My brain can't process more than 1080p. I refuse to get larger monitors. Also, I cry when the map fills 50% of my WoW UI. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's what works well for each individual. I get it. I also know full well that I talk about all this stuff knowing that there are people that, like, whilst we're all sort of chilling, playing video games for the most part, I know there's a huge amount of people that just don't care about tech in the slightest. Like, they have no desire. If they can play the game they want to play or they can watch the program they want to watch, like, that's as far as their focus in it goes. Like, my wife, for example, she, like... She will sit in the living room with a big TV in the living room, and she'll sit there watching a Netflix show on her laptop without it even in full screen mode. I'll walk past and I'll be like, I can see the URL bar, and I'm like, I can see the web browser. You haven't even full screened it on this tiny 14-inch screen when there's a 55-inch TV over there. And it's like, it just hurts my brain. I walk past and I'm like, why did we, what? I can't comprehend it. But she don't care. Like, it doesn't even cross her mind to even full screen a Netflix program on a laptop. Never mind press one button that will ping it to the Apple TV so she can watch it on the big TV anyway. Literally doesn't even cross her mind. And so I understand that in this scenario there's many different people. But this is where I tend to strongly believe that there are scenarios where opposites do attract, because in some things me and my wife are like completely the opposite. I play video games all day. She's barely played a video game in her life. I borderline refuse to buy anything that doesn't have a plug on it. She loves shoes, right? So it's like sometimes it's nice, obviously, to have some some interests that align. But at the end of the day, I think part of our long-term compatibility is the fact that we also like different things. She will sit and watch dramas about history and war and stuff for days at a time, and I the amount of times I've walked past, oh, what are you watching? Oh, a documentary on World War II. No, it's just not for me. It's just not for me. But it means that we get to go do our own separate things, and are actually both very content in doing such. It's why I know it works for some people, but I've never really pushed gaming onto Mrs. Manthias, because in a way it's kind of I go do my gaming, she watches her silly documentaries on history, and we're both happy as pig in shit. What did I sell? Something sold. No, I didn't sell. It was a flipping work order. If you're binging a show, the video player in some streaming services is dog shit and it breaks. I stopped full screening stuff because it took too much effort between. Lord. I mean, I get it. We're back down to only needing to kill a few rares on this dude. I'm not so convinced how effective I've been at actually doing any trash farming. I don't even have a pet right now. What's going on? Is he dead? How long's my pet been dead for? Oh god, I am so not paying attention what's going on here. I am absolutely 100% on autopilot. .1080p is quite old at this point, but it's a nice sweet spot for efficiency. In not mainstream Hollywood cinema, many places jumped to 4K ASAP, but many went back to 1080p because it's more manageable. Raw log footage can get pretty heavy when hundreds of takes and hours of video backups and... Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. But I live in a world where more pixels is just more. More is just more. And I've always been a bit of a tech nerd, so... What you said about running multiple copies of WoW, I can very comfortably fit 4 copies of WoW on screen at once. Yeah, see, that's what I think is would be something I would utilize probably. It's also one of the arguments, like, I really don't need a high-end graphics card to play World of Warcraft, but I could definitely do with a high-end graphics card if I want to run multiple copies of World of Warcraft. That's when things start to, you know, there starts to be some very loose justification.
Oh, for the love of... Get that out of here! Can you not? Wait, that's not what
You need more screen real estate, much more than more pixels. I tend to think like that's the same problem, just in a different package. One 4K screen is like having 4 1080p screens. If I went up from what my main monitor's like 24-inch now, from 24 to 32, and from 1080p to 4K, it's a resolution increase, it's a real estate increase. I think it would look good. Where is Nitro? It's a lie. It's a lie. Where's the Doge at? Huh. Interesting. Wasn't even a corpse there. Weird. Human footage looks pretty fine at 1080p to me still. It's just detailed video game footage that looks awful at 1080p. In-game text especially looks blurry. It's one of those. I've always viewed it in that most of the differences are not really tangible until you've used them for a while. Hence why, you know, most people are generally not super quick to adopt to new technology. Even though new technology can be objectively better, a lot of people aren't going to adapt to it yet because they can't foresee what the betterness is, right? So, like, TVs are the best example of this, right? It took, you know, LCDs and LED TVs and all of that sort of stuff, different lighting methods on TVs, didn't really make a huge amount of difference for a long time. And then OLED comes along and is really expensive and was like, you know, kind of limited. But people didn't adopt to OLED very quickly because, you know, unless you had an OLED TV, it was kind of difficult to see the difference. But at the end of the day, as soon as you get an OLED TV, you will never buy anything that's not an OLED TV ever again. That's kind of the problem. Like, and I think it's somewhat the same with resolution. If you move up to a 4K screen, for example, my wife has a 1440p monitor. She's got a 27-inch 1440p monitor, and she got this through her new work, and like she didn't. I was telling her that her laptop has a higher she's got a MacBook Air, MacBook Pro, I don't know, one of the two. But I tried explaining that the resolution on her screen is like, even though it's small, it's really high. If she goes and gets a bigger monitor and then doesn't get an equally high resolution, she's going to absolutely hate it. And so she's got a 1440p screen that she plugs her MacBook into. And it clearly makes a world of difference. If I was to give her a 1080p monitor now, she'd be like, what's this blurry shit? And she's somebody that doesn't do tech, right? Doesn't do tech at all.
All right, nothing good left in this pile. On to the next one.
Doggo is making those noises. I swear my dog literally can tell the time and has a watch. I know I started the stream a little bit early today, but we still went out for walks literally 10 minutes before I loaded the stream today. She should be fine. It's that time of the day she starts whinging. 4K doesn't make a huge difference for WoW. Using a cheapo 3060 Ti at 4K, and outside of raids and hub cities, I'm stable 60 FPS, 120 in legacy zones. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? WoW doesn't make a huge amount of difference. WoW's not super optimized for any of this rubbish, really, to be honest. It's really not very well optimized at all. But I like playing other games. Like, WoW is clearly the one that you lot see me playing the most, but there are moments in time where I definitely do play a lot of other different games.
And that's why we got insurance, folks. Clean it up. You're gonna let that
3090 Ti, 4080-ish could probably keep 4 WoW copies running at 120 Hz, 1080, or 1 copy at 124K while streaming as well. Yeah, this is why my sort of thought is more leaning towards, you know, an enthusiast level card, a 5080, for example. I would love a 5090, wouldn't everybody? But 3,000 euros is a touch excessive, even for somebody that loves tech. I don't use a separate streaming PC, but I absolutely have the capability to. I have another PC here. So, that hasn't got the highest processor in it, but it's got 3060 Ti in that. So, I absolutely could and have been contemplating for a long time using a 2 PC setup for streaming. But yeah, I procrastinate a lot about this.
time to head out. Get a move on.
Nitro, Rat, Sal, Tally, Vivi. Okay, they're all dotted around all over the place. Let's go do a quick scan for like rats, because we don't go up that end of the world very often. And if I don't, that means other people don't. 4K Elden Ring can definitely chug through. Oh, I mean, some stuff like that, yeah, absolutely. It's going to just annihilate. No rats. Where's Sal? No Sal. No Tally. And no Nitro. Okay, we're not doing great on these rares, are we? Guess we go back to farming the trash. Where is it? Down south. Alright, Doge, we'll go out in a minute.
Better shovel harder. 1 minute.
It's funny to see people like Linus LTT humming and hairing about the new 5090 with how expensive it's got. Makes you wonder who's buying all the stock at those prices. Well, I spotted the other day there was three 5090s that hit the local computer store to me. There was three 5090s that went up for €3,300 a piece. And I checked back about 10 minutes later, they'd all sold. So it's, you know, it's clearly, you know, 10 grand's worth of graphics cards disappeared in a matter of minutes. Like, the people that have money have lots of money and they don't care. This is what's a seriously growing problem these days. People who have money have lots of it. And realistically, if you have lots of it, who cares? Who cares if it's like scalp? Who cares? It's something new. I want it. I've got lots of money. Give it to me. You know. But if you are still at the point where you know the amount of zeros in your bank account is less than fingers on your hands and toes, then you probably don't want to get fisted by scalper prices on these sorts of things. But funny, that sounds familiar. Isn't that the same in WoW? Well, yeah. We play this little silly game, and we play Monopoly money in World of Warcraft to the point that we can, you know, simulate being rich for once. We can simulate, oh yeah, I got 10 million gold. If I want to buy a piece of transmog for 100k, I don't care. I'll just buy it. I don't care if it's, you know, 50k on another realm. I'll just buy it. But yeah, when people IRL are doing that with €3,000 graphics cards, it's like, okay. Some people have more disposable income than I do then, clearly. And I don't spend money on anything. I buy food and I buy tech. And the occasional gift for the wife.
And that's why we got insurance, folks. Clean it up.
I bought her an iPad, so hopefully she wouldn't walk around the house with a laptop in her hand. I thought an iPad is more sensible for if she's going to flat out refuse to use the big TV we have in the living room to watch her programs. At least an iPad seems more convenient. She definitely uses her iPad, but during the working day, she still walks around with a laptop. Not even full screened. Drives me insane. I always just get the best of the older gen stuff when they're cleared out for cheap. I usually get stuff that lasts for ages without breaking the bank. Yeah, lots of tech you can do that. Nvidia seems to have realized that if they sell out all of their old stock months before they release the new stock, then that's not even an option. That said, if hindsight is 20/20. If I knew today, if I knew 6 months ago what I knew today, I'd have bought a 4090. I'd have absolutely 100% bought a 4090 6 to 8 months ago. If I knew what I know today, then no questions asked, I'd have bought a 4090 in a heartbeat. I'd have paid €1,800. I bought a 4090, and that would be like flipping genius money. But at the time, when it was the most expensive graphics card on the market by some margin, you're like, yeah, it's also going to be a 50 series coming out like in 6 months' time. Spending that money now, back then, felt like absolutely stupid, the worst thing you could possibly do. But yeah, looking at the market again with today's eyes, that kind of money on a 4090 6 months ago would have been money very well spent. Which is why I'm convinced that Nvidia aren't really in shortage of these just things. They are just very, very, very deliberately drip feeding them into the market at a very controlled rate because they don't have competition. There's plenty of 5070s knocking about, so there's clearly no shortage of silicon when they need it. When AMD turn around and start offering, competition. When they've got competition, all of a sudden, oh yeah, we've got lots of stock. but they don't have competition on 5080s. They don't have competition on 5090s. So they're going to drip feed tiny, tiny, tiny quantities in the market to extract the most amount of value per customer. And they don't need to rush. They don't need to rush. You know, they can drip feed. They could either pump all of their stock out, get a nice big spike of sales when they release, and then have sales tank, and then prices get pushed down for the rest of the financial year. Or they could drip feed very, very, very short supplies of stock consistently every week and have them all get bought up by scalpers and have everybody rush to get them and simulate a complete seller's market. I was reading some analysis of the graphics card prices at the moment. Part of the issue is that both Nvidia and AMD cut production of their top-end generating cards, expecting the latest gen to release 2 to 3 months earlier. But both launches were delayed, so there's a build-up of demand in the interim. That doesn't explain why 5080s and 5090s flat out don't exist, though, now. But having such a shortage of supply allows for all retailers to sell them at like 50% margin, which is something that has fundamentally never happened in the graphics card market. Every retailer out there is selling 5080s and 5090s at a huge markup, and they're having no problem selling them. There's a queue of people waiting to pay these premium prices for these cards because the supply is so short. And if they just continue to do that, you know, 10 cards into every shop once or twice a month, never let them sit on the shelves for more than a couple of days, they can get away with charging 50% markup on everything. It makes the whole it makes the whole market look like a joke, to be honest. Ooh, rats. We take some rats. People like you that wanted an upgrade were considering a 4090 could no longer get one at a reasonable price, wanted, waited, and then bought out a 5080 ASAP when they came out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like been absolutely played like a fiddle. Absolutely played like a fiddle. This is what it feels like. It doesn't. Nothing about it feels natural to me. Nothing about it at all feels natural. It feels very manipulated, the whole thing. Because AMD, yeah, definitely planned to release their cards much earlier. But then Nvidia did their press release about the 50 series, and AMD went, "Whoa, slam the brakes, slam the brakes," because in the mid-range market, there's competition. You know, it may only be 2 players, but at least there's competition. When you go to like the enthusiast level cards, Nvidia don't have any competition, so they can 100% do whatever the hell they want. If they choose to drip feed a tiny amount of supply into the market at a time in order to keep demand at its absolute peak, and it goes to show that reviews don't make a blind bit of difference these days. Even Linus Tech Tips, for example, has come out pretty publicly and said this. Like, what are we doing? We turn around and we tell everybody this new range of graphics cards ain't shit. There's like a 10% uplift in performance from the last generation, which is tragically bad compared to what we've seen historically. But the reality is that doesn't mean shit, because you can't buy the previous generation, and now you can't buy the new generation. It's completely broken, totally busted. It's not good for gaming. It's really not good for gaming. Terrible situation. Well, for PC gaming. I bet goddamn flipping PlayStation stocks are sales are through the roof. Because you can't build a gaming PC for less than €1,000 these days. Basically not possible. When a 5070 is 700 euros, I don't reckon you're building a gaming PC for less than about 1,500 euros right now, which is, it's not good for PC gaming generally. Ooh, Sal is finally up. Then again, I guess, you know, I live in this little bubble where I like the higher end tech. You know, there is the scenario that you can play Fortnite on a potato still, technically. You don't need high fidelity graphics, you don't need 4K, you don't necessarily need DLSS, you don't need ray tracing. You know, you don't strictly need all of these stuff, but... WoW on console would all switch. Like... While I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, it's certainly not outside the realms of possible. You know. WoW is now owned by Microsoft. Microsoft do sell a console. Game Pass is a thing. I mean, I was quite convinced when Microsoft bought Activision that they weren't going to rock the boat too much. You know, World of Warcraft is a cash cow already. Let's not forget. You know, you don't slaughter your cash cow by doing anything particularly risky. But I also would not put it past... Well, let's put it this way. Even if it is or is not happening, discussions on it happening have without question happened. Like, what is the viability of putting this cash cow on console? What is the viability of integrating World of Warcraft into Game Pass? Like, these discussions have definitely happened. And whilst they may not be seen as financially advantageous today, I wouldn't rule it out. WoW has some stumbling blocks, such as it being very, very, very add-on dependent. Which is significantly more difficult to support on console, but still not impossible. Because I mean, a flipping Xbox is a baby PC. Like, it's not rocket science. But it would require quite a lot of changes to fluidly merge them, I think.
Chop, chop. We're getting paid commission, not hourly. You're gonna let that stop you? Fix it!
Do you think WoW... do you think 4 WoWs can be open on low settings, 1080p, 30 FPS with a 4060? Oh, piece of cake. 4060 easy can run 4 clients. Easy mode. You'd run 8 on a... to be honest, when you start running more WoW clients, you can jack the graphics settings down to like basically nothing. It's actually more RAM that is going to be more of a problem to you. You're going to probably want to upgrade to at least 32, if not 64 gig of RAM pretty quickly, if you want to start running multiple WoW clients. Especially if you're going to need add-ons on each client to be doing certain stuff. And you'll probably end up being CPU bottlenecked before anything else. Doggo, I know. Look, it's not even 3 o'clock, Doggo. It's not dinner time yet. I might have to take the dog for a quick bathroom break. In fact, I'm hungry. I'm hungry and all we're doing is killing rares. I might be a good human. She's such a whinge bag. Go on then. Go on. Are you stuck? Is that your problem? You stuck? Just walk through the bed. Walk through the bed. There you go. Walk through the bed. Go on your fridge. Go on. Go. There you go. Let me get you some fresh water. Right, okay. Let's loot it up. How are we looking on the market research? 600 or so? Yeah, it's progress. It's progress. Nitro, Tally, VV. Let's get these last 3 nuked, if possible. Put you over here. Can we do some hoppity hops? Ah, that's a good start. Take that. Eight clients running on a 3060. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. WoW's not, you know, when you turn the settings down, WoW can run on a potato. The fact that most of those background clients don't need much more than like 10, 15 FPS anyway. You can, you'll probably quite quickly find that it's not so much a graphics bottleneck. Who am I in combat with? Right, Nitro and Tally. Whoop! Oh, whoa, that's a... Okay. Didn't know I could drive through that. Oh, I wasn't expecting that. Background FPS set to 8 is the key to success. If you're crafting, if you're using these additional clients for crafting, which is, you know, in the Goblin world, quite a common thing to look at doing, you do want to still be slightly careful pushing it all the way down to 8, because you will actually start to notice you get some performance issues if you push it down too low. I probably wouldn't recommend much less than 20 FPS if you're running them at background. I don't necessarily know why, but I have noticed this previously in the past, that if you set the background resolution too low, they kind of stutter and they almost lag between crafts for some reason. Don't know why. I'm sure there's some tech reason, whether it's that the server... that the server polling rate or something is too far distant to what your FPS is or something. I don't flipping know the exact, but I could probably make something up to sound smart. Right, one rare to go. Do you think the Dark Moon deck is a sector with profit margins? I used to skill level enchanting and easy to manipulate. You can bulk buy one card and relist higher easily. No, not in that regard. No, the Dark Moon card market is pretty dominated by people buying the cards to use to level enchanting. The thing you want to be careful with is that the deposit costs on some of those cards is not exactly very low either. So my TLDR is no, not really. They're just passively farmed up by every single scribe in the world. No, I wouldn't really say there's much in that particularly. Buying Dark Moon cards, turning them into trinkets, then disenchanting them with an enchanter is probably valuable if you do it in bulk. I know Goldston was doing a whole bunch of disenchanting Dark Moon decks not so long ago, the weekend I think, but I wouldn't say it's overly lucrative, but I don't know. Try it, test it out. the reality with most like goal making things is that it fluctuates, right? So like one day, no, it's not valuable to do it, but the next day, if the prices alter, which prices are permanently moving, next day it might be worth doing. This is where, as much as I will happily answer questions on this sort of stuff, what players should really be looking at doing is figuring out what the costs are, doing some little bit of research in it, and having something that they can then easily check to see, well, is it worth me doing it today? Yes or no? Run a quick scan, run some numbers, do some napkin math. Are we going to be in a weird situation again where we can't... we've got nowhere to hop to. Nowhere to hop to and no rare to kill. Cards are worse than grey junk. I get them everywhere. Yeah, if you're rolling around on a scribe, doing any form of content on a scribe, you're just going to end up with cards in your back. Like, I'm pretty sure we're at a point where there's some scribes that are like proactively thinking about getting rid of inscription just because they can't be dealing with the cards. That also wouldn't surprise me. Love it when a streamer mentions an item and then suddenly everybody focuses on it to then be worthless the next day until they mention something else. It's the catch-22 of doing this, yeah. I can't lie, it's one of the bigger reasons why my YouTube content has significantly slowed down in the last 6 months. Simply because, like, there's lots of things I can talk about, but I have to kind of keep what I talk about in videos very sort of, it's weird. If I go into specifics, the next day that thing's dead and it's nuked and it's in like it, and it's really, it's a rock and a hard place situation because I don't feel as if I'm helping anybody. It feels as if I'm just, at that point, it feels like I'd be making videos to get people to click on them to watch them, sort of thing, and that's not ever really something I've wanted to do. I mean, I've had it happen, like, literally in front of my eyes. Like, I've spoke about something, I've then gone to the auction house, and in the time between me speaking about it and then going to the auction house to even look at it, somebody's hoovered up the market. And I'm like, well, fuck me. What? So there's literally nothing I can do at that point. Right, we ain't finding this last rare, are we? It's not happening. Tally's usually an easy one to find as well. Then again, whenever it spawns, it gets nuked pretty fast by people doing the trash here. Alright. I might admit defeat on this last one. Let's clear out the bags.
Well, well, well. Watch yourself.
I do have gunk I can turn in. I wish this was either warbound or something that could be transferred at least. 50 flipping gunk covered thingies spread across a multitude of different characters. Really annoying to have to take each of them over to the vendor. But I do still need a bunch of mog from it, look though. Scrap Scrubber Deluxe. 13 out of 25 mogs apparently. Capes, yeah. Laundered, upcycled, power washed, descaled. Mogs. We'll get them slowly but surely. Right, boys and girls, I might be leaving it there for now. tomorrow's reset day. Tomorrow's reset day. We'll have some vaults to open tomorrow. Wednesday, I often consider doing a double stream. It doesn't necessarily always happen. It depends how... Well, it just depends. But we will be back same time, same place tomorrow, all the same. Thank you very much for sticking around. Love the chats, love the discussions. Yeah. Team NA servers come up in a few hours' time, I believe, at this point, because you guys get things a little bit earlier. So good luck with your vaults, Team NA. Team EU, I'll see you all back here tomorrow, and we'll open some of ours. Come say hi on the Discord. Thanks for all the button presses. Thanks for all... Ah, flipping hell. Flip it. Right, I'll go kill it in a minute. Right. In a bit, boys and girls. Thank you very much. Peace.